Wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys! Toys! So many freaking toys! Toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys! So many freaking toys! Toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys, yeah! Toys! So many freaking toys! Toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys, yeah! Toys! So many freaking toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys, yeah! Toys! So many freaking toys!
I am Alpha and Omega.
Mega Optimal Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys. No shelving space. Until the end of time.
I'm from fucking Florida! Ow!
Hello, everyone. Hello and good evening. Good evening, Strideways. Good evening, everyone else that's in here. I'm just going to go into the list. Good evening, Bipolar Brown. Good evening, Hika. Good evening, everyone who is hanging out in here. And yeah, we'll see you in a bit then. We'll see you in a little bit. But yes, it's me, it's Techno, and we are going live with some toy unboxing because the original plan was Thursday for this. But hey, plans change. I'm now going to see Supergirl tomorrow night. So yeah, when I say plans change, that's what I mean by plans changing. Awesome. Have a good one. So yeah, anyway. Yes, the theme for tonight, as it says down there, is Eldritch Horrors. Because yes, we are going to be opening many horrors, which is going to include, frankly, to bring the shot up. It's going to include this guy here. We're going to be doing Liege Maximo, among many other things. Some hellish, some hell adjacent, some observers of hellish things. So yeah, we're going to be working the gamut there, and it's going to be fun. So let's put some music on. We're not going to start with Liege Maximo, mind you. I've got a bunch of stuff. I've got at least a half dozen things to open up. So we are going to just work our way in. We're going to go through this one thing at a time. Because how else does one do this sort of thing? I mean, one thing at a time is always a pretty straightforward way to do this. So that's it. Let's zoom this thing back out. And let's just adjust the views a little bit.
Snooping as usual, I see.
All right. So anyway, we are gonna start in on stuff, and as I said, we're not gonna start with this guy. We are gonna start with we're gonna start with one of the most recent things on my pickup list because it's on theme. It's smaller and it's on theme. And that is going to be, you know what? Eldritch monsters, Eldritch abominations, they don't really exist. Quite frankly, they don't really exist unless there's somebody to observe them, unless there's somebody to herald their coming. And you know, what better way to herald their coming than, say, the last survivor of a planet devoured by one? That's right, we are going to be starting with Kranix from Transformers, the movie, back in 1986. This is frankly his second toy. Actually, do I have I'm trying to remember where I put my Kranix. Because I have that tiny little one somewhere. Is he on? Oh, here he is. Yeah, I think this is the second official Kranix toy if I'm remembering my stuff properly. Yeah. And the first official toy is actually this little guy here, just to bring it up for comparison purposes. This is the one that came in the multi-pack there with the Quintesson Judge and the Alicon. And it's just like a little standee there that is meant to be, thrown to the Sharkticons. Just a tiny little dude. But this is still a Kranix, and it's technically the first Kranix that they made. So I don't think it's got any articulation. It looks like the arms should turn, but I can't tell if they do or if they're just stuck because this thing has just been sitting on my thing for years. But anyway, there is our comparison. That is what we have to compare with here for this Kranix. So, with that said, let's grab some scissors and let's just start opening them up. And we can see here, we have the screenshot on the back there with Kranix. We have the whole thing there about, how he encounters Hot Rod and Cup. They don't mention the fact that he's the last survivor of his planet on these blurbs. I mean, it's kind of silly that they didn't, but okay. Anyway, let's get this guy open. And let's take a look and see what we got. Something already slid out of the box. Probably an accessory of some kind. I just need to spot where it went because it just went in front. He's got a tiny little gun. And that would be this gun over here. Yeah. All right, so let's liberate him. And nothing is going to stand in our way. Not tonight. Not while we open this guy. It's the last survivor of Litza. Fun fact, incidentally, Krennic's alt mode is actually, there is actually some canonical basis for it. It was first pictured in the Transformers Universe guidebook back that Marvel Comics put out back when they did Transformers the movie. They did like a profile of Krennic, and it has both him and Arbalest have alt modes in that book. And yeah, so, and that's obviously based off of like just animation models and stuff. I think that was something cut from the final film. So yeah, Krennic in his robot mode is, well, he pretty much just looks like Krennic does. It's what you would expect. He is the dude who survived with the weird head who survives the Unicron eating his planet, and as you would expect, turning him around, yeah, he does not really give off Transformer vibes, which is good. Like, look how clean this back is. Like, he has a very clean animation model back. I love it. You can see that there's like, you know, little wings here on there. You can see like hints of wings on the legs as well too. Like, it's a very clean transformation. And he comes with this dinky little gun that just goes in his hand like that. So yeah, that's cool. Anyway, articulation. Let's show him off. We got what? Head spins all the way around. Right round, baby, right round. He can also look up too. So there, he can look up at Unicron. He can look up at the impending Chaos Bringer that is going to devour everyone he ever loved and cared about. Arms swing all the way around like this. Arms also swing up like this. You know, it looks a little bit awkward without anything in there, but I mean, like, it's still fine range of motion. Let's see, we have a swivel above the elbow. We have pretty good elbow range, actually. What else do we got? No, wrist's. No wrist articulation here. Waist, he does have a waist. It's a little tight. So I wasn't sure at first, but he does have a full waist. He also has a gun that popped out of his hand. Oh, he's got this for transformation, if you want to like unhinge his lower face from his face, but anyway, legs go out like that. Oh, I like this here. Really like this here. So the legs look like they just go like this, but no, he actually has a really good range of motion for legs. Like, they sit a little high, but the way it is like that, they sit probably a little bit too high, but I really like how they hid the joint there. Like, at these types of angles, it works perfectly fine. 90-degree bend, swivel above the knee, and what else we got? We got ankle tilts, I think. Ankle tilts are pretty meager. Like, it's only about this much. Only about this much. He can do an A stance. Not really that much else. But hey, it's Krennic's. Fact still remains that they took like a dude who has had literally his only other official toy is this little thing. And yeah, they did a really stellar job. Like, just as a dude who exists just to escape and then get killed by a whole bunch of Sharkicons. Yeah, no, he works really well. So with that said, let's figure out the transformation on this guy. I know that this hinges part of the transformation, and I think the head comes up too. And then yeah, this goes in here because this is gonna become the nose cone. Again, it's gonna be interesting just doing this guy because yeah, I know that he is based off an actual animation model that existed that was just never used outside of the Marvel book. So it's cool. I love when they do those types of deep pulls, though. That being said, and you can see here that we have some wings. That, you know, we got like a Paul McCartney band there. This all comes out as well too. Oh, okay. This all comes up. Oh, and this comes back over here, I guess. Okay. And then you can see here we have some wings in here. Yeah, a lot of things that open up these legs. Let's see if I can figure stuff out. What else? Legs. Looks like they just fold up all the way over here. Except I don't think that's quite right because, yeah, these probably need to get on the outside. Let's see. Oh, plus these clearly like peg together. So that's, yeah, that's probably a tail fin there. Mm-hmm. So let's figure out these legs. Oh, I think it's just that they compact. Again, if I pulled out a picture, that would really come in handy. It would really come in handy if I just did something smart like pull out a photo of this toy. And then I could go, okay, that's how this transforms. So we got all this here. I can see that there's stuff that opens up here because there's the whole nose cone area for for his alt mode. And that's in here. And okay, that comes out here, this comes down there. And then this is just going to come up and cover his front of his face. I think that's how this goes. Yeah, this comes up there. That goes in there. Okay, that actually locks pretty well. And again, it's a really silly looking nose cone, but again, this is like fully accurate to the original like concept design. So I don't really argue with it when they do these sorts of like silly little things that are technically accurate. I kind of love when they do that. Some people don't. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but for me it is. And ooh, these turn too. Nice. So that probably goes around like this, just to give him more like actual thrusters. And then yeah, we can see here these come down, and these arms. Do these angle up again? Up more? Or... Oh, they do. Yes. Yes, this all comes down here, and this is all going to come in over here. So how do these lock in? It's not like these toys to not have locking mechanisms, so it probably does have one. And this guy comes down over here. This is gonna... Unless this is the top, actually. Yeah, what if this swivels around like that? Let's see. It might be supposed to go like this. But then, of course, we get that really weird thing where that's... Let's look up a photo. Let's look up a photo here and... Oh, that is... Okay, that is the other way around. Yeah, so we want this around like this. So let's see, so what else? Yeah, this head goes back over here. This all locks over there. And these wings. Oh, hey, Iron Raptor, how's it going? Hope you're having a good night. We are transforming a bunch of Eldritch horrors, and we are starting with the Observer to, their actions with Kranix. Because, like, you don't really know that an Eldritch horror exists unless someone sees it. So, they need heralds to survive their wake and to warn everyone of their coming. And that's what Kranix is in this case. He's the dude that Unicron spares so that he can get... Well, I guess Unicron doesn't really spare him so much as he escapes, and then, he gets eaten himself, but... Anyway, this all comes down here. Oh, nice, nice, awesome. The nozzle is calibrating then? The nozzle is calibrating. The nozzle is still calibrating. The nozzle is now calibrated. Okay, anyway, let's see. So we got this here. I think we just need to arrange this. I'm just seeing if do these lock in anywhere? Oh, yeah, they do. There's a little slot there that's going to go in over here. So it's just going to lock in along this. Tyrant Zero? Oh my god. I actually did it's funny you say that because I actually did just order a card bot myself the other night, and it's shipped now, so. So that will be a future episode for toy unboxing stuff. Yeah, Tyrant Zero though. Oh, I need to take a proper look at him because it's like I suspect that's one of those ones that's up my alley. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, that's awesome. And oh, I think this actually wedges in between the legs. Oh, it does. Yes, this does wedge in between the legs. Sweet. Who needs instructions when you can have fun figuring all this stuff out for yourself? So that all wedges in here. That all locks into place here. And I think that's pretty much it. Just going off the photo. Ooh. Yeah, I'm really hoping that that bee drill, like the robot toys one, arrives before TFCon because I want to open that thing up so that I can like give people opinions on it. because that if I'm getting it, there's probably good odds that some people in the dealer room will have it and people will wonder about how he is. I do know some stuff that won't be in the dealer room. I don't know anything that's going to be there, but I do know that A3U was hoping to have certain things that they aren't going to have in time for TFCon, but I'm just trying to see if this goes in any further because this seems a little bit off. No, that's accurate to the back of the box, I guess. Ooh. Oh, nice. Oh, no, I don't mean Phantom Hornet. No. No, I mean the one that's the Masterpiece Waspinator. Like the Masterpiece style of Beast Wars Waspinator. Not the helicopter one. Yeah, that's shipped already. He's actually in the country. Yeah, so I will probably have him at some point next week. So yeah, I will probably just advertise that sort of thing for like an unboxing. But anyway, this is Kranix in his vehicle mode. And again, as I brought up already, this is pretty much more or less what his animation model looks like. The animation model is obviously a lot more streamlined, but because it doesn't have to actually turn into a robot. But I mean, it does still have a bunch of those hallmarks, like for instance, like the face, becoming like the nose cone. That is straight out of the original animation model for this guy. And yeah, I guess it's a spaceship thing. It's a spaceship, the guy that turns into a robot. I don't really know what else there's to say about him other than like he does what he's supposed to do. And again, like, look, no one's really going to keep him in this mode. We all know that. We all know that people are just going to leave him in robot mode because that was 100% of Kranix's screen time in the actual movie. But yeah, so we got Kranix here, and then you can have Kranix ride Kranix if you so wish. Again, like it is really cool just seeing like all these details mirrored. Like he's got the same back and everything like that. Yeah, so we can have Kranix riding himself, which not a lot of guys can do. So, with that said, we can put Kranix aside, and that is one down. That is one down, and that means we can knock that down, and we can go on to the next one. So we got lots of Eldritch stuff here. We got lots of like servants, harbingers, Eldritch beings themselves. Most of them all transform. Not all of them transform. And I think we're gonna go with a non-transforming one next. Because yeah, we are gonna go with stuff that is, it is very Eldritch in its inspiration in terms of the general design, very icky, very organic-y. The sort of thing Beast Machine's Megatron would absolutely loathe. And it is the very, very cool design that is the Cobra Law Royal Guard. Like the Cobra, it's one of those things where it's like, honestly, I couldn't have cared less about Cobra Law as a concept. But you know what kind of has changed? Like, seeing like just what Hasbro's done with all of these. Like, he's cool. But just like Hasbro's done a really good job with all the Cobra Law stuff, just from a sculpting standpoint. I sort of wish I got Nemesis Enforcer. I never did, but I mean, like, he looked amazing. Oh, Dr. Rockclaw, that's the dude with the raptor, isn't it? Yeah, I've got him on pre-order. But like the Cobra Law design stuff, honestly, been really cool. And I kind of got this because it's a really cool looking design. Yeah. No, I understand that bias completely. I am equally biased, and Rock Club was like a day one pre-order for me. I mean, he is a rich South African guy who full on did the Sauron thing of, I could cure cancer or I could breed dinosaurs. Oh, nice. But yeah, like the Cobra Law soldier, just to pull him out of the box here. First of all, let's just look at how gorgeous this head sculpt is. That is a nice head sculpt there. Like, I love the snake people eyes. I didn't really notice those until I like held them up close and started looking at them through the camera. But just look at those snake people eyes. He just looks like this menacing, like just like this unholy grin to him. He's got this menacing, unholy grin. Like we got all this like organic armor here. It's just, yeah, we got all this texture detail on it. He's got a nice cloth cape back here too. And it's just fastened underneath the shoulder blades. Let's see, we got all this shoulder articulation here. Oh, the cape does come off too. Okay, so you can pop the shoulder blades. Yeah, so you can pop off the shoulder armor there, and the cape is just I actually really like that. The cape is held on via the shoulder blades there. That's nice. That's a nice touch. So we can take the cape around here, and we can just put the shoulder pad back on. And yeah, there we go. There we have the Cobra dude again. Yep. Oh, nice. Yeah, and you can just do the cape all the way back here like this, get it out of the way, and I think it's got enough room on it to actually bring it over the shoulders. Let's see. Yeah, I think we have enough room on this thing to actually bring it around. Let's find out. Yeah. Okay, we can't quite get it around the shoulders, but you can get it around a decent amount. It's a nice cape though. Like it's, yeah. Like that's pretty much the extent the cape goes. So you can't really get it over the full shoulders, unfortunately, but I mean, it still looks pretty cool. Articulation-wise, let's look at this guy. So we have this, a ball joint up here. We got a ball joint at the bottom of the neck as well, too. So very good range of motion. Let's see. Bring these around like that. Pop the shoulder pad off by accident. But that'll let us show this a little bit more. We got these butterflies. Not a huge amount of Digimon opening, but a little bit of one. Anyway, up and down, round, round. Rotate this around here too. We got double jointed elbows. Yeah. I just popped. I popped both things of the cape off. Let me just pop this whole cape off for a sec. Let's just pop this whole cape off and just showcase the articulation. So yeah, so we got these double jointed elbows here. This one's a bit tight, but yeah, really good range of motion. Pinless elbows. Armor. Yeah, the armor's like separate piece here on the forearm as well too. So the armor can rotate independently, and then we got like the wrists. There is an inward bend on this hand. This hand also has an inward bend, though it doesn't really bend all that much, but it is there. What else? Ball joint up here. Ball joint down here as well. Really good range of motion. He can just really go up like this. He can go down a little bit like this and crunch forward. Yeah, like these forward butterfly joints, yeah, he can get his hands pretty far in front. They're not as far as I would like, honestly. But it's still pretty cool. What else? Legs. Legs can come up to about here. Armor is a bit of an impediment, so you can't really do the full splits. I guess he can if I guess you could probably. Well, hold up. Hold up, right. He's got that G.I. Joe style, like the old figure arts joint there where these legs can come down. And that is how he's able to get like this much range of motion out of him, which is pretty impressive, really. So we got around here. And again, look at all this really nice sculpted detail. It is symmetrical, which makes it a little bit more inorganic, I guess, but you got these pinless joints here. A 90-degree bend there. And there should be another bend up here. I think it's just stuck from paint. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so really good range of motion in these legs. There we go. There. Yeah, so really good range of motion in these legs. And then we got ankle tilts, ankles up and down. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty good range of motion. And then, yeah, we just put the cape back on and... And then we'll check out the accessories, because there's a whole bunch of accessories in here too. Yes, that goes there. Yeah, I hope you can get the get a snow job figure though. So yeah, we got all this here, and let's start looking at accessories. He's got quite a few. First of all, we've got an alternate head. If you don't want the oh, nice. I actually really like this. So we got this alternate head here that's like a more neutral expression. It's got this big scar on it as well too. So it's a good way to differentiate if you say get a couple of these, and when you make them look a little bit different. Okay, yeah, if I get this on the ball joint here, like that there. Yeah, so I mean it's a very different look to it. It's a less psychotic look. It's a more weathered soldier look, which still looks really good. I think I like this head a little bit more. This one's got just a little bit more of a psychotic soldier energy to it, which is really fun. So let's put this one back on. All right, and what else? What else we got? We got some helmets. We got helmets, and we actually got like multiple helmets. Like this is a proper troop builder. He has options. And as I look at this guy, I'm realizing that, oh god, they actually put a lot of options on here for if you buy more than one and want to like kit them out so that they're like different ranks and stuff like that. That's actually really cool. Yeah, let's see. We got a couple of heads here. Oh, and these are all actually helmets. Okay. Okay, so these are separate heads, all these helmets. So let's take a look at this one now. We have, okay, this one is just a very organic, like bug soldier. So he's a proper common rider soldier now. And then this one's got a giant bone on it. This one is like very clearly like a commander or something like that, because he's got this friggin' giant bone on his thing. And this popped off again as well. But as we can see, if you look at the accessories, you can kind of see that, oh, hey, we actually want these removable for a reason. And I will get to that in a sec. Because, yeah, we got this giant bone here. Let's start looking at the other accessories. So, this one's sealed in. Classified series figures are generally pretty good with weapon storage. But yeah, so we got this giant scythe here. It looks like it's like a scythe on one end, and it's like this pincer claw on the other end. So like you have options for how he can hold it. It's like some sort of like a royal guard. Yeah, it's like a pole arm type weapon. Like the sort of thing you would give like a royal guard or something like that. So yeah, and then we got like the two handholds for it. So yes, we got this whole soldier here with his fancy schmancy stick thing, as soldiers tend to carry. Oh, hopefully you can find them. I know up here, like honestly, like the main place I would generally look for stuff is just third party. I would look for like just specific specialty toy sellers or even like EB Games, because EB Games does get a lot of this stuff in. Like you never know if how the store will stock Joe's stuff. It tends to be a store by store basis, but yeah. What else we got? We got a gun. We got a gun over here because apparently Cobra uses guns, even though they're all like organic stuff. It's a bit disconcerting to give him a gun, but hey, the gun stores in the holster. Nice. Yeah, Walmart gets a lot of exclusive classified stuff. And oh yeah, and now we got some other stuff here where, yeah, so these are the reasons, like I was mentioning, hinting at stuff with the shoulder pads. This is why we have them removable, because he has alternate shoulder pads. So yeah, if we want to kit him out and make him look even more badass, we can take these giant shoulder pads here, and I'm actually not sure which way these are supposed to go. I assume it's supposed to be the fancy bone goes out in the on this side. Let's see. Yeah, so you got this whole fancy shoulder pad up over here. So you could do the whole thing of where you give him like only one of them, to make it like just do the whole thing of just changing up ranks based on shoulder pads. You just swap out a shoulder pad or two at a time. Or you just go the whole shebang and you give him both these shoulder pads. But yeah, this is a really troop builder friendly figure here. Because yeah, we can give him both these shoulder pads. Now he just looks super impressive, like some sort of just organic, like, space marine-y thing. Hold up. I am just trying to get this elbow to bend. There we go. So let's get this fancy schmancy shoulder pad back on. Yeah, this is a very good troop builder. Like, he's got all these different options. You can do all these different variants if you want. You got all the heads. You got all the different shoulder pads. And then we got, we got new gauntlets. Oh, so he even has new gauntlets. So if you want to say swap out the gauntlets on this guy, we can. We can take this, and I'm just trying to tell which way these go on. I don't know if it makes a difference. But yeah, we can take this gauntlet over here. Oh, we got an L right inside there. That's actually really nice. So yes, we can slide this gauntlet on instead. And yeah, there. Now he's got this giant blade on his gauntlet. Then we can do that with the other side. Swap out this gauntlet for the right one. Yeah, I mean, Fans Hobbies vehicles, I mean, if they think it'll sell, they'll probably do it. They've been kind of killing it with their G.I. Joe stuff, honestly. I don't have any of it, but I've heard nothing but great things from it. Like, I know a guy who gets to photograph it for, like, promotional purposes, and yeah, like, that stuff always looks really cool. So we got all this stuff here. It's a proper intimidating dude, but we still got more in this box. We have another sword. This one's just like a giant bone sword thingy. And we can just slot this in his other hand. Because you know what's worse than a guy with a giant pike that's made of bone or something like that? A guy with a giant bone sword. And a pike. As soon as I can get it around his hand, that is. Because this is clearly, there we go. Yeah. So there, he's got his pike. He's got his giant bone sword too. He is a force to be reckoned with, absolutely. He's got these bone weapons here. He's got these fancy bone armor. And we're not done because, yes, he is also in a band with Paul McCartney. That's right, we have wings. Nothing makes a whole insectoid bone armored guy cooler than also giving him wings, and that's what all these points are for. We have this part here that's for a stand, I think, but then we got these two ports here, which are clearly for wings. And I guess we can bring the wings up inside the shoulder pads, which is actually really nice. So you can just have them out like that. I guess you could probably put them above the shoulder pads too. Let's just check that. Oh yeah, they'll go up above as well, but I think they're gonna fit better if you put them below. And then just swing them up like this. Like, you don't get them as high then, but yeah, there we go. There, so he's got a cape. He's got giant bug wings. He's got a bone sword, and he's got this whole bone staff. And quite frankly, he's looking really, really cool. Like, this is just a really cool looking figure. Like, yeah. I only got one of them, but I can see how people could, and that's really the main reason I just got one is just because it's like my G.I. Joe stuff all generally just ends up in storage anyway. It's cool stuff. I like enjoying these, but yeah, they just end up in a storage bag. But doesn't he look really, really awesome? He looks amazing. He looks absolutely amazing. Like, I love that you got all these different customization options with this guy. Let me just put him in the middle again and grab a quick shot again. Like, he's just so nice. And with that said, that is another one off the list. So we can take that down by one. Oh yeah, that's right. They're doing the snake armor in red, aren't they? Yeah, I got the first snake armor. That snake armor is pretty amazing, honestly. I don't think I'll buy the Crimson Guard version, but like that snake armor mech suit is kind of fantastic. Like I've got it on display right now, and it's got like the armored Cobra Commander piloting it. So next up, let's see, what do we got? What have we got? Looking on my list of things to open tonight, we have how many more things? We have 1, 2, 3, 5. We have 6 more things on my list to open, and 3 of them transform. 3 of them transform. So you know what? I think we're gonna start with like another figure, just to ease us in before we go to the next transforming one. Because yeah, we got this whole guy who has all this bone armor. You know, he looks all fancy schmancy with his fancy schmancy bone armor and stuff. But you know what? There is such a thing as more metal than someone who has bone armor. There's absolutely something that is even more metal than that. And that is a dude who has literal bone for a skull. That's right. It's the guy who was so method he burned off his entire face. It is Skeletor from the Masters of the Universe toy line. And this is the younger kids, this is the kids line more so here as well too. So we got Skeletor there, we got the Skell Knights, like the Forces, and Mechanic in this wave that's being advertised. This is not like the fancy schmancy one. I don't think that one's out yet if they're doing it. This is just like the cheaper Skeletor. But yeah, let's see what it's like. I am a sucker for Skeletor as a character design. I have thoughts about I don't really care for the actor playing him in the movie. I didn't really care for his it's one of those things where it's like I thought that he got good direction. I thought the script was fantastic. I did not dig the voice he did so much, and I don't really dig the actor as a person either, so. But the animation team did an amazing job. The animation team did a really good job on the actual skull face for Skeletor in the film. And they deserve a lot of kudos for that. So let's see. Let's get him out. And let's free him from his plastic. We got a plastic cape in here. We got some ties there, keeping his feet in. And then that's it for the packaging. Okay. So, Skeletor. Let's take a look at this guy. All right. Well, first of all, we don't have any like sort of head articulation or anything like that, but just looking at his face close up, it's a really nice Skeletor face. He actually looks a little bit more yellow on camera than in person. Interestingly enough, looking at the actual skull face. But yeah, I really like this here. We got like he's got the piercing red eyes in there. He's got a little bit of the wash just to add detail to the skull sculpt, which works really well. Like that paint wash works really well. I kind of wish they had a little bit more of it on the sides of the teeth, but I mean, it does bring out the detail really well. So that's kind of great. Like the actual texture detail, the sculpt is very good. Like just look at all the sculpted detail. We got all these sinewy details here. We got just like even on the cape here, we got all this in detail. We got this chain coming down the back of the cape. We got this whole hood here. Yeah, and this hood the hood is just glued onto the actual skull itself. So yeah, you can move the head around, and yeah, the hood will just move along with the head. Probably the best way to do it, really. What else we got? Articulation wise, we have ball jointed arms. Arms are on ball joints. Just come around like that, and I'm just trying to swivel them up. It should swivel up. Oh yeah, it does. And it's just, yeah, they do swivel up. So you can get all of those classic like Skeletor type poses out of them. We got swivel here above the elbow. Elbow bends about 90 degrees or so, I guess, and then we got the wrists, which have this wrist has an up and down bend. This one has a side to side bend. Fairly standard action figure stuff. Nothing that out of the ordinary. Waist swivel. Or is it a swivel or is it a ball joint? No, it's a swivel. And then of course this whole bit is just soft plastic for the actual skirt. There's no real paint on this or anything. It's just like this soft plastic skirt. And then legs come out to about here. Legs come out to about there. kick up. And yeah, no real, I guess we have a swivel here, kind of. It's, yeah, so not a huge amount. And then we got a very Black Series E leg here. We got the swivel above the knee and then about a 90 degrees bend. And then as for the feet, no ankle tilts. Then we got his Havoc staff over here, which we can just stick in his hand. And for when you're paying for the skull, honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, this guy is one of those figures where it's like, at first you kind of go, you know what? It's like, really? Like, he doesn't really have a huge amount of articulation. But for the actual price point that he's sold for, like, he's like half of what you would expect, like, one of those like premium figures to go for. So for what you pay, he's actually a pretty decent action figure. Like, he's short next to this guy, of course, don't get me wrong, but this guy's a mountain, so it feels appropriate for Skeletor for size. Yeah. And he looks really good. Like, he doesn't have a huge amount of articulation, but he looks fine in actual posed out. Like, just look at him in the back there. Like, he looks perfectly fine next to all these guys. I'm just going to bring him up here again and just grab a quick shot. Like, Skeletor here, you could really see him, he'd actually fit in pretty well with this Cobra Law guy. I'm just seeing if I've got any other 6-inch figures nearby that I can compare with. Well, let's see. This isn't really a 6-inch figure, but let's see. We got a nun over here. Okay, so she's a bit tall relative to him, but so he is on the shorter side of the 6-inch sort of thing. But I mean, it's still a good Skeletor. Still a good Skeletor. Like, a bigger figure might be a little taller, but I mean, like, he feels like a really nice figure for what he has in terms of articulation and everything like that. For the actual price point, he's quite good. And with that said, let's see. Who do we want to do next? We got all these creepy ghoulies and goblins and ghosts and all that sort of thing here. Yep. We got all these creepy guys. You could say they are very unusual. They are very unusual beings, They are very, one could almost say, stranger things. Yeah. They are very much stranger things that you would not normally see. You got a dude who turns into a weird spaceship thing where his face is just like, he has no mouth and so he must scream in his alternate mode there. He's literally got no mouth, so he has to scream. And then, what does scream really well is a radio truck. Because that's right. We have a frequency here. The Stranger Things, the second Stranger Things Transformer. For the record, incidentally, just because it feels like an appropriate for the record thing to bring up, I have seen exactly 0 episodes of Stranger Things. I have seen no Stranger Things, so these are the sorts of figures that I'm buying and judging entirely on vibes, because it's like, oh, hey, this looks like a competently made figure. So I don't really have any horse in the race here. Incidentally, this is the other Stranger Things toy right here. It's this, pizza delivery truck. Yeah, so it's this pizza delivery truck. That's the other Stranger Things one. Like, this one feels like it's heavily built off like the Siege Earthrise Ironhide transformation, but it is very much its own thing. And it has a little bit of weirdness, but I mean, overall, it's a decent figure. Again, it owes a lot to the Siege Ironhide, like especially the Earthrise Ironhide design. It owes a lot to it, but it is very much its own figure. Like, there's not really any shared engineering, but we're gonna put it there for reference's sake. And yeah, we can look at this box here. It's a really nice crossover box. We got like the truck on the other side. You can see the radio there. You can see this rubber chicken over here. Like, they're showing all this stuff up on the side. I guess you can see all those things on that side too. But yeah, I really like the box. It's very good presentation. The crossover stuff has generally been very good. Like, you don't need to be a fan of the thing that they're crossing over with to enjoy the crossover toys. And that is like the best thing about the crossover toys. The question really is just going to come down to, is this a higher end crossover or is this a lower end crossover? Because we've gotten both. Like, I would put the Sonic ones on the lower tier, unfortunately, but like, we have other ones there that like the Back to the Future one, which are really, really good. They did a TMNT crossover though. They did the turtle van, and it's like one of the better crossovers that they did. Like the turtle van is legitimately very good. Turtle van is legitimately very good, and it's also right over here. And it, like, seriously, this is like a crazy good transformer, this turtle van. For anyone who doesn't have them. Yeah, like, and not just that, but they went all out with the turtle van, because let me show you. Look at what we got in here in the back of the turtle van. We got all these different tops of heads there. So rather than go, which turtle are we going to make this into? They went yes, and they made it so that you can take off the top of the head, and you can make it any turtle, or you can just make it a generic no bandana turtle. Like, so they really gave you an excuse to buy all four. Yeah, it's all of them. It's great. Not just that too. Right, I forgot about that. So this whole the belt, I need to remember how it changes. But the entire belt gimmick there too, the belt actually does change for like all the different turtles. I think it just, I'm trying to remember. I think it's just on a rotating bit there. But yeah, you can actually swap the belt so that it changes to like any of the four turtles. And he came with all the turtle weapons too. Like, it is a very, very good figure. If you can track one down, I highly recommend it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's very good value for money for a crossover figure. Anyway, we got all this packaging over here. Really nice packaging. And it just turns into a clamshell on the inside that we just open up. This is really nice packaging, honestly. And we just pull everything out. Let's bring this down. And there we have a Stranger Things car. Again, I have no attachment whatsoever to any of this stuff, but I do see though that we got a rubber chicken here. We have a radio over here. Like, Rockin' Hawkins, okay. All right. We got like the radio call sign here. Like it looks like it's like a cassette deck here. And then yeah, we just got all the stuff here, the 94.5 FM and all that. Yeah. But yeah, like this thing though, this van, it's a very nice van. Let's just put it in the middle there, grab a couple of shots. Like, yeah, Hawkins Hitmaker there on the front. We got WSQK, Autobot symbol on the front of the car. Yep, we got all these fancy lines, the squawk. Back of the car, it's got a little room for a license plate there. Unpainted windows, but hey. Anyway, though, this is really nice as a van. It's a nice looking van. It's a nice clean van. You can see a lot of robot underneath the van too, but I mean, like, that's kind of how these designs go a lot of the time. But I really like this though. We got this eagle that spreads around. It's a very nice van. Very nice van here. So you know what? Let's start off by looking at all these accessories. So first of all, we have this rubber chicken over here. Rubber chicken doesn't really do much, but it does transform. Oh, not bad. So we got all this here. This comes down, and this head flips around. And I don't know where the legs are supposed to go. Maybe around like this? I don't know. But there, now we have a gun. We have actually a pretty convincing chicken gun. Looks pretty good, honestly. And then we got this little dude over here, who is the cassette partner. Actually, I think we're going to do this one a little bit later, because there's some stuff I want to show off with this. But let's go with the robot itself, and let's see if we can figure this out. Let's see if we can use all of my, like, just way too many years of knowledge to figure out how this transforms, and already we got, like, a bunch of it. Yeah, legs come down. Legs come down. This all pegs in up here. And what else? Okay, this folds down. Ah, that goes inside the shin. Okay, and then this comes around. And this. Okay. Ah, this comes up there, I think. And then this comes down here. Yeah, so there we go. That all comes down. This all comes here. And then it's going to expose this whole, knee joint over there. Doesn't look like, I don't think something's pegged in right. Let's just check this again, because it looks like this is supposed to just lock in over here. There we go. Yeah, so there. That's one bit. Take the other leg. This comes down. This comes down. This pegs in up over here. Like that. This comes in. This comes around like this. This guy comes down like that. Yeah. So there we have feet with like honestly some really solid heels too. Like these are some nice feet. And then yeah, we can see here that's just gonna be a case of then we split the top of the car. Okay, the hood comes up there, and then we got the arms over here. It's not a difficult transformation, but as I've never been opposed to simple transformations if they work and work well. So yeah, like, I mean, hell, case in point, like, yeah, this comes around there, that folds in there, that just locks in. Then we have arms just fold down like this here. Very G1 shoulder pads, where we just get these wide shoulders like this. And yeah, and then this just comes down. I think this just, does this just go down like that, or does it fold down more? Let's see. I don't know if this is supposed to go like this or if it compacts in more. Oh, yeah. You know this, speaking of bulky shoulders, you know what? Honestly, this guy would work really well, say, as something like bulkhead or something like that. If we're talking about bulky shoulders. I could see this guy as a bulkhead with a new head. I am just looking for instructions right now just so I can make sure I did everything right. Where did I put those? Oh, here they are. Yeah, instructions are easy to miss. They're just curled up inside the packaging. Yeah, I just want to make sure I did the backpack right. Okay. Yeah, so this does go down. Yeah, this is supposed to go down like this, and then you just get that back there. And that's pretty much it for this guy's transformation, it looks like. I don't think there's really much more to it. But hey, there's not really any problems with that. He actually, like, I guess we bring the hands out like this. Yeah, he is really solid, honestly. He's a nice, solid, simple Autobot that turns into like a radio van. Like, just look at this here. Like, just look at this head sculpt. It's a nice head sculpt. Like, it's a very G1-y head sculpt. I really like this. I really like this head. Like, it's nice all the way around. Good baldwin head. Like, he feels like a proper Autobot, which I love. I love how they make them all like OCs. Range of motion, shoulders go like this. Oh, yeah, the headphones are great. He reminds me of, I think it's Hosehead that I'm reminded of looking at his head. From like, late, like the Headmaster Juniors. But, or I guess like that would be, what's his name? Not Cab, not Go Shooter. Yeah, I guess that would be like, like Go Shoot, like, is that Cab or Go Shooter? I can't remember now, but anyway. Yeah, let's see. So we got swivel here. We got like a 90-degree bend there. We got those wrists. Yeah, like good range of motion in the arms. Arms look really good. Like even the way the shoulders move, I like it. This all locks down pretty well. A waist. Does he have a waist? He does not have waist articulation, it looks like. There is no waist articulation in this guy. I'm just trying to see if there is anything hidden somewhere, but nope. No waist articulation. It'd be it's a little bit of a waste that he doesn't have it, but oh well. Yeah, compacts pretty well. Like backpack, just looking at the back here, it's pretty small. You could, if you wanted to make it go in further, you could bring it up there, but then you would just have the windshield behind the back of the head. But if you bring it down here, it just like, it compacts it a little bit more, like just in a different way, and just brings it down back here. And, we got these wide shoulders, so I mean, Volvo works pretty well. Let's see. So we got legs. How about that? Let's see what else. Knees. Knees seem to... Yeah, knees have decent range of motion. We can get 90-degree bend out of the knees. Oh, I guess I just don't have this transformed right. I think the knees are supposed to bend down like this and then up like that. Yeah, that makes more sense. So then we got a proper 90-degree bend in the knees. Ah, and we got ads coming soon. Ankle tilts. Good range in the ankle tilts, honestly. The toes go up and down. But yeah, it's a fairly decent looking figure here. A fairly decent looking toy. Yeah, there's still a few more things to show off on this guy. Still a few more things to show off on this guy, but I think we're going to get to those probably after we get back from ad break, because we're coming up on that very shortly. So with that said, we're going to run the ads, and when we return, we're going to keep taking a look at this guy. So I will see you all in just a few minutes' time. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I'm still just making my Blue Sky posts where I'm just showing this guy off. So just hold up a sec here. Let's see. I'm just making a few posts. All right. I just need to go refill my drink. But yeah, anyway, the Stranger Things frequency there. He looks really nice, doesn't he? He's a cool looking figure. I said as I was going and pouring some drink. Yeah. Very nice toy. Let me just get some ice in this tea, and then we will Pump it up, water it down a little bit, and there, we're good. Yeah, it's a nice toy, and we haven't gotten into all the different things that it can do. Let's see. Oh, hey, Ramses. Hello. But yeah, we got a few different things that this guy can do. So, we got this little radio over here. Anyway, this is why I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a waist. And it is entirely because of this little gimmick here, because you can tell this is like a van that MacGruber would use, because you can take his radio and you can just open that up and you can just slide this all the way in and store it in. It just clips in. And there. Oh, Mexican Joe Sundown. Nice. Awesome. Oh, that's the one with the cowboy hat, isn't it? Nice. But yeah, so that's the other reason, I guess, where you want to have the backpack like this far out and stuff, because yeah, this thing extends out back here, and that actually fills in this gap pretty well. But yeah, this is a van that only MacGruber would love, because, you know, like MacGruber, you would take it, and then yeah, if you want to push it out, easiest way to do that is just push from behind over here to push it out. So yeah, it's, yeah, you know, like you got options here. This can be like your MacGruber transformer, it can be your Mpreg transformer, whatever you want it to be. And, you know, like a proper Mpreg transformer, this thing actually does transform. Hold up, let's bring this backpack back down, lock that in. And then this dude over here is gonna turn into a thing. As soon as I can spot the joints. Because yeah, as all the imagery insinuates, yes, this becomes a bird. Because we got all the whole thing with Rockin' Hawkins and, you know, the squat and all the eagles and stuff, and they didn't disappoint, because this does transform, and it's very much its own transformation actually so far. Yes, we got all this here. I'm just trying to figure out where everything goes. Because this looks like, yeah, that doesn't come down any more than that. Is it supposed to just be like this? Oh, what? Which one's the not skybound Uke? I did order Synapse, but I don't know what you mean by the Duke. Like, I did order a couple of those new Cobra ones today. They look really nice. I'm just looking up the thing here to see what... Oh, okay, that's how this goes. Okay. Ah, so the way this tail transforms is this goes all the way out here. And then this, it looks like that this just locks it. Yeah, this looks like this just is supposed to lock in over here. So this does fold down more. This goes here, and then this locks in over here. Like this, if I'm reading that right. Maybe this goes down one more rung. I don't know, and then the head rotates around. Because it's showing this locking in, but doesn't really lock in all that well. So I'm just kind of going like, am I doing something wrong here? Let's see. Yes, we got all this here. So you got the eagle feet there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I can, like, Duke is one of those guys I can kind of do without, because he's not a cool evil terrorist. So, and look, when I'm getting my Cobra guys, that's what I care about. Oh, that's where that locks in. Okay. Yeah, when I get my Cobra dudes, like, what I care about is like just the evil, you know, that just our evil bad guy Cobra guys. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, there's a tab up here. This is, oh, I see. So this all comes up here, and it goes in here that this locks in. Okay, so that all locks in there, and then you just got the hawk head over here, and then you just got this whole hawk over here. So it's not bad, honestly. Like, the legs are, you know, they really could stand to come down a little bit, but I mean, like, it works. It's a bird. It kind of works. It does have a couple of little pegs here, and you can peg one of those just into this little slot here in the van, so you can have his bird just riding on his shoulder, just perched up there. Oh, are you thinking of Laserbeak or Buzzsaw, or both? Because yes, it would be, yeah, that would be who that reminds you of. And okay, yeah, the rubber chicken. I guess these come out like this. Yeah, actually it does. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It is very reminiscent of the Titan's Return laser beacon buzzsaw. Very reminiscent of those. I have those in storage somewhere, but yeah, I would need to go dig around in order to find them. Yeah, then we just put the rubber chicken gun over here. And that is the gist of frequency over here. So let me just take a sip. And let's put him next to the other Stranger Things bot. And honestly, I think we can probably all agree that this guy came out like a lot nicer. Like this guy's not bad, don't get me wrong, but this one always felt a little bit lanky. This one feels very well proportioned. Like he's got these really nice shoulders over here. Like he's got a proper illusion of bulk to him. Yeah. Like yeah, I would honestly love to see this guy redone as someone like he could maybe work as Bulkhead. Actually, he might work well as that Shredhead character, come to think, from the Skybound comics. I wonder if they're planning on retooling him into Shredhead. Because I think he would probably work fairly well. Sorry, I'm just looking at my shelf trying to find where... Ah, here we go. Yeah, I wanted to bring up a comparison with some other birds. I'm just trying to find where I put Soundwave Laser Beacon Buzzsaw. Because I've got the old Buzzsaw here. I'm just trying to find the new Buzzsaw. Where is it? Where is the new... Okay, that's Motormaster there. That's Soundwave. That's the old Soundwave. Okay, here's the new Soundwave. Where are his tapes? Oh, here we go. Okay, just to do a comparison here. So we got Soundwave. We got a couple of Buzzsaws. Let's just do some comparisons. So this is the Buzzsaw that they did in the... this was the one that came with the... with the Legacy Soundwave. That was just like the Siege mold redone. It's a very good Buzzsaw. You know, just to compare some birds. And then we got this one over here, which is the one that doesn't have his, that has his guns somewhere else. And I think I probably did store them on Soundwave, honestly. Yeah, this Buzzsaw here has a head that's just not coming out. There we go. So then we got this Buzzsaw over here. Yeah, I put his guns right there. And put these on. Yes, then we have this Buzzsaw over here. So yeah, just to compare some birds. We have this bird here with this Buzzsaw. You know, it's a much bigger bird. Much bigger bird. And yeah, oh yeah, they could do Vanguard with the mold, yeah. So yeah, we got a trio of yellow birds over here. And, you know, they all look very different. I still think this is probably like the best Buzzsaw, honestly. I don't mind this one, but I think this one has a pretty decent animation look, but I just really like the look of the Siege one. Like the Siege mold one looks just really, really good. Let's see. Anyway, what's up next? What do we got next on the actual queue to talk about here? So let's put this guy back up here. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I got a comparison with the Stranger Things guys. And again, like it's like, yeah, you can really tell that one is better than the other by a country mile. And yeah, we can put frequency right over there and just put them at the back. And then we can take this down by 1. All right, so. Actually, I think I forgot to do this once. So we should actually bump it down again. It should be down to 42 because we've opened 4 things already. So next up, to continue along this theme of Eldritch horrors. What's more Eldritch than something that came from hell itself? It is a demonic presence. It is a very dangerous creature. Ooh, nice. Yeah, you should. But yeah, this is a dangerous creature from like the underworld that, you know, like it kills without any remorse. It is very deadly. And if you have the money, it will work for you. That's right. It is the Nendoroid of Blitz from Hazbin Hotel. Sorry, not Hazbin Hotel, Hell of a Boss. Yes. How did I say that wrong? But anyway, yes, from the mind of Vivian Madrano, we have, and Brandon Rogers, we have Blitz. Although they didn't actually cross out the, he would actually hate this toy because, you know, he treats the O as silent, so he would actually kind of hate this toy because they didn't cross out the O. That's a little bit of an oversight. It is a fun show. It is a pretty, you know, it's a very violent show. It's a fun show, and I do really enjoy it. I think I like it more than it has been overall, but like, I mean, I think that they've done like the character work on Hell of a Boss has been like really good overall, and it's kind of just grown from and it's kind of just grown in a pretty interesting way. So anyway, let's get him open and let's take a look. And oh, there's a whole backdrop in here with the, oh nice, like the inside of the box here. The inside of the box here is the IMP office building. Nice. So yeah, let's get him out here, and yeah, let's see if we can hear Brandon Rogers' voice coming from this. Incidentally, if people here have watched the show but haven't watched any of Brandon's light comedy on YouTube, the man is insane in the best way. He is insane in the best way because he is one of those people who comes up with some of the most unhinged comedy skits and the most unhinged characters and then just takes them to their logical conclusions and just go. And some of the really good stuff on his channel, mind you, there is one amazing one that he did, which, to be fair, he didn't write this sketch. He performs in it, but he didn't write it. But the main character in it is conjoined twins, played by conjoined twins. One of whom wrote the episode and does comedy stuff herself, and it's like that whole one is ridiculous because like Brandon does a lot of cross-dressing in his skits, and he's like playing like the mom who is upset at the fact that taking care of like conjoined twins. But again, his stuff is very much like a you either like this or you don't taste. Because his characters are just wild and out there, and Blitz is probably one of the tamer of the characters that he's portrayed. But let's just get him on the stand, and then we'll take a look at him. We'll take a look at the little Hellborn imp himself. So yeah, just looking at him right off the bat here, you can see we got the really good likeness of his face. Like it's just this whole like just chupacabra imp, with just this grin, like the burn marks there. He's got the horns and everything like that. Like very much has the aesthetic of the show in terms of like his proportions. Like it is a very non-standard Nendoroid body, which is great. That's exactly what one wants on a figure like this. You don't want the standard body. And let's look at articulation. So we have this ball jointed head, as is pretty standard for Nendoroids. And we have, interesting, so his arms are swivels. Not a lot of articulation on the upper arm. And, yeah, and then these are just swivels there too for his hands. Yeah, like he doesn't really have like elbows or anything like that. He does have like, he's got his little gauntlets there. And then if we look here under the coat, we have ball joints at the thighs. We have these dinky little legs. Do they split off, or I don't know. I mean, the legs probably come off, but it doesn't look like they have, like, the boots are a separate piece. I think that's all the same. So, like, articulation-wise, there's not a lot there, but it's a very good likeness to the character. Very good likeness to the character. I would say yes, because he is from Hell, so he does count, because he's Hellborn, so he counts, like, by definition, he counts because he's Hellborn. And he comes with a few different accessories, too. So let's take a look. We got some alternate faces. We got a few alternate faces. We've got this schemy face. We got the schemy Blitz face here, where it's like he's just like, just kind of like being a little bit nonchalant. Again, like very good likeness. Very good likeness. Like they really got his mischievous nature like across here. Like it looks really good, this expression. Like, I really like just how, like, the eye expression is, like, different in both eyes. Well, yes, obviously. But, like, that sinner was once human. He is full-on Hellborn. He is, like, more Eldritch by definition, purely on account of being Hellborn. Doesn't mean he's strong, but he could probably shoot Alistair to death, no problem. Anyway. And then we just have a, oh, interesting. We have a little bit of a more like, innocentish face here. Just with a bit of a smile, like a bit of a trying to shrug it off. And it's like, all right, this is cool, buddy, huh? It works well as a face. I don't really know what the best one to go with is. I do really like this face, so I might stick with this one. With Nendoroids, you always kind of got to have that moment of, okay, what face am I gonna keep it in when I keep this thing? But it's nice. It's nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or he's just trying to play nice. We got a bunch of different accessories in here too. We got some alternate hands. For instance, we got a hand that is holding a gun. I think the gun's glued in. But yeah, so we got a hand that's holding a gun that can replace this hand. And I guess you probably want to actually replace the whole arm because he does have bent elbow arms as well too. So you're going to need to use one of these arms to have him actually holding the gun. But this one here has him holding Stolas's book, which is removable. So yeah, so we got Stolas, the Goetic Demon book here. It's done pretty well. We got a little bookmark in there. Oh, yeah, sure. Let me just hop into VC myself then. Just a sec. Where is my Discord? Yeah, absolutely. I think I've already got the screen set up anyway, so. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to looking at that stuff in a sec.
Titan. That's crack. Crack is it's just nuts.
Hold on, let me just adjust my screens.
Trying to do kind of a Blitz impression.
I mean, to be fair, that's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think I can really plot the sassy gay energy that Brandon
Brandon
has.
Like
Brandon Rogers has.
He is just Brandon more or less in terms of voice.
Exactly.
But Brandon doesn't do a lot of voices. Like he does performances, not voices.
Yeah.
He is an amazing performer. I guess the best way to
put it is I'm too much of a bisexual twink, while Brandon Rogers is very, 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 very much a sassy gay guy.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yes. But yeah, so yes, if you want the bent elbow, you need to swap in a different hand. And yes, this one here, we have Stolas's book. Yes, you can just have him holding the book. Just have it down over here or something like that, or have him holding it like this. Or we just swap out the hand like you would normally do, and you would give him a gun.
Yep.
And I love how this very much, it does feel like it's one of those toys you can hear.
Yeah, I can pretty much hear Brandon Rogers' voice just coming out of his mouth.
Yeah. That's right.
Coming. Sorry, I just had to make an obvious joke like that. Be something he'd laugh at.
And then we got the other hand. He has another bent elbow hand, and this one we have his phone. He's holding the phone in this one here. And you can see here that there is an empty space there, and there's a reason for that, as I noticed in the box, because he has his I actually really like this. We have like a phone screen there that is, it looks like it's just like this is a family photo then, I guess, isn't it?
Yep.
Where it's like him, Fitzroy, is it? Oh, that's him, his sister, and then I guess his mom over there then, probably. And yeah, it looks like they just did 2 stickers in here just so you can make sure, just to make sure that if you flubbed one, you could still put it on. So let me see if I can find my spudger.
You know how the Hellverse has its fair share. You know how the Hellverse has its fair share of shitty dads, but most of the moms are pretty good, except aside from being dead or just absent. I mean, obviously.
My counterpoint would be, I would say that I question whether or not Lucifer counts as one because he's not great, but that's not really his fault.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. He's like he's the exception. He's trying his best.
I mean, the whole universe has like so many like characters that are just like flawed people who are just trying to do their best.
Yeah, like for a show about demons in hell, the Hellverse is weirdly idealistic.
It actually is.
For a franchise about demons in hell, Honestly, I think that's like part of the thing that again, that's like part of the thing that makes it like so much more refreshing than if it was just like in the pilot. Obviously, Viv had to sell it to executives as, oh, it's just another cynical edgelord stuff, and then surprise, motherfuckers. There's
Well, I mean, you
there's
say that, and
she just
I'm just going to point out that she ended up just producing the show herself. So
fair enough, yeah.
yeah, so I'm just getting this on. It is a little bit big for the actual lock screen opening. It looks like, but yeah, there is the there it is on the phone. There, we got it on the phone over there.
Hey, Skeletor's back there.
Sorry.
Hey, Skeletor's back there.
Yeah, that's the one that they did. That's the cheap one that they did for the movie line. It's a decent, like, like cheap toy. It's a decent, like, like just cheap price point toy in terms of articulation. Yeah, so there we have his phone on over there.
Yeah.
And you know me how I am with characters with phones. I love characters who hold phones, so that probably is going to stay in his hand. And I just love this whole idea of just the
Look, he's
sassy
got to
nature.
keep in contact with he's got to keep in contact with his clients just so that they know that he's
Mhm.
him and Million.
Yeah. I just love this how sassy
You
thing
know-
there is. He's just holding his gun up like that, and yeah.
And also, he probably wants to keep track with his daughter because she spends a lot of her time on the phone. So a lot of her time on the phone.
Yep. And actually, I'm just gonna grab a quick shot of this here. So, because yeah, honestly, I'm pretty impressed with just like the detail there for the putting the locked screen in there. It's a nice detail.
Hey, you hear that Viv's actually getting to do like a friggin' movie?
I
Like
did,
she's
yes.
actually going to do a movie?
Yeah, she's doing one for Warner.
Wonder-
So we'll see if that actually happens.
Yeah.
With the state of animation right
It
now,
does.
I will believe it when the movie actually comes out in theaters.
Yeah.
Because I don't trust Warner. And that's even before you get into
Me neither.
any of the ownership stuff going on right now.
Yeah. God.
Like, considering that the movie they should have been promoting like last year is they sold to another, they tried to offload for tax purposes and then just eventually just sold it.
Today the Earth blew up, or what?
No,
Coyote
Coyote
versus
versus
Acme?
Acme. Day of the Earth Blew Up is good, but that one was never meant to be. Remember, that one was never meant to be theatrical. That one was meant to be like HBO Max.
Gotcha.
But anyway, there we have our sassy little killer who is floating on air right now because the fact that if I do have a criticism, it is that his stand is when you like do it up like this is kind of too short for him. Like, sorry, it's too tall for him. So yeah. So I kind of have to like lean him forward or something like that, which does work too, actually, if I lean him forward. That actually works kind of well. Yeah, there's not a lot to him in terms of accessories and stuff. He is a little bit limited in that
Well,
regard.
what he's got is like pretty fitting though.
Yeah, it's one of those
Yeah,
things
the
where like, he's
basics.
got everything he needs. So it's like I don't really, but I could understand someone who gets an Android going. Wait, that this is it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Which is clear plastic? Oh, the stands. Well, I mean, like clear plastic, it is inherently weaker, but it's not necessarily, it's not terrible. Like for a stand, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like Nendoroid stands are fairly decently built.
And Android stands are pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they are using less plastic than they used to, but I mean they're still pretty. But that's mostly the base that they trimmed plastic on. Like
Honestly, I'd say that's a good thing that they're using less plastic.
Oh, I mean, like it's one of those things where it's like it's probably one of the few holdovers from when they did their plastic cutting measures. If you remember how badly that went.
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, I opened a figure from that very brief era where they announced, "Oh hey, so you know what? We're going to be more environmentally responsible, and we are going to cut as much of the plastic from our packaging as we can."
Oh.
And that included stuff like getting rid of, like, they got rid of pretty much all the plastic on the packaging, including the window.
It's not good.
And now you can see why people within a few months they had already gone back to the old style.
Yeah.
Because their customers kind of revolted over that.
Damn.
Like there was only a few releases that got done in that style. And honestly, I was actually really impressed with how well they did that. Like just from a plastic reduction standpoint, they actually like put a lot of thought into it. Like it really showed that they were there was like an actual effort being made to try and engineer just like more environmentally friendly packaging that still worked well and still kept everything safe. But
Yep.
yeah, that is another Eldritch thing that's opened up. And now we got another thing up, and we're going to go with something that transforms next. Because we got another one that is like Eldritch in nature. It is very much like a herald, you could say. It is very
Oh, I think I
heraldy.
know who this is.
Yes. Yes, he is a herald of destruction. He is, a servant of chaos. Like straight up to the point of fomenting chaos in order to help his boss, become more and more chaotic. It is in fact someone who is almost your namesake. It is Sideways.
Oh yeah, that's what I was guessing.
Yes, it is good old Doubleface himself, as he was called in Japan.
Yep.
So let's see. I've been looking forward to this guy. This is like one of those figures where it's like, oh my god, they didn't use Sideways. And yeah, so we got this really nice Age of the Primes packaging. And yeah, let's see what else. We got
I'm
like
just
the
gonna
back.
look my name by causing some chaos.
Speaking of chaos, yes. And also, speaking of chaos and stuff, a reminder that the Blockies Gotcha is still up and that I have new stuff in there.
Oh, so
Because I just got Wave 7 the other week.
This is why you should keep your big mouth shut sometimes.
You say this, but maybe I actually want to open those figures. Maybe I want to actually open like the new Blockies stuff. And I just need someone to actually pull that thing as
Damn
an
it,
excuse
you use
to
my
open
love
it.
for causing chaos. Oh, sorry, just talking to a
Yes.
friend. But, yeah, use my love for chaos. Using my love for causing chaos against me. Damn you.
Let's shake the bag up. As I said, I have Wave 7 stuff in here. This is all like stuff that includes all the Japanese Beast Wars characters they did. So, and like all the chase figures look really good for that wave. And we got, of course, after talking that up, I got like a Wave 2. After talking it up, I got a Wave 2 figure. Of course I did.
The irony.
Yes. I don't have many Wave 2 figures left. That's the thing. Like, there's probably only like 1 or 2 Wave 2 guys in this box.
What are the odds?
Pretty low. Because it's mostly Blockies, Wheels, and Wave 7 at this point. And I think there's more about a few Wave 6s still. But anyway, let's get this open and let's see what we got. I think it's probably going to be a vehicle, but we'll find out. And I would be wrong. It's not a vehicle. It is...
Your mama.
A dude. And it is...
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's a Ultra Magnus.
He can't deal with that. Oh, I can't deal with that right now. I'm sorry. I can't deal with that right now. I can't.
It's
I
a
can't
naked
deal
Magnus.
With that.
It's the Magnus it's a Magnus that they arrest for being lewd.
Oh, so White Prime.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It is.
God, I love it. I love if they did a Magnus where he's like where there's Minimus inside like the bigger robot that he does is Minimus, and then inside the White Prime, and then no, I mean I'd love it if they did like a Magnus where there's a Minimus inside like a bigger Minimus, like the one he had underneath the armor in the comics, and then that's inside the White Prime, that's inside the Magnus armor.
That would have been neat. I do kind of find it funny that if I remember correctly, I think Roberts had actually forgotten that there actually was that entire gimmick when he did the Minimus Ambus thing.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, he genuinely forgot that was the entire gimmick.
Well, honestly, I think that worked out for the better, just because like, look, Dreamwave had made a thing of making a big deal of Magnus loses his armor for a bit, and people were probably expecting, if Magnus loses his armor, he's going to be White Optimus. Then Roberts was like, surprise.
No,
forgot about that. Yeah. Look, one of those things where like Roberts forgetting about something actually worked out for the benefit, because it's one of those things that,
Yep.
God, I fucking love IDW.
And speaking of Roberts, actually, because it's worth bringing this up, I did in fact. I'll show them. Actually, I'll show this in a sec. Just as soon as I fish the last forearm out of the bag because it's still in the bag. Because speaking of Roberts, just making sure I got everything out of this box. Yeah, there we go. Forearm. Get this on here. Because I do have a speaking of, in terms of another thing that arrived the other day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we go. It's Shocker's favorite Ultra Magnus.
I get it.
Yes, and if you get
Shocker's
that,
a bunch of
bravo.
white supremacists.
If you get the joke, bravo. Anyway, speaking of Roberts, so
Dude,
this just came in the other day. And for those curious what this is, Roberts did an entire book about, Transformers fan culture in the 90s. Like the whole zine scene and the whole fandom scene and everything like that, that existed in the 90s, just to give context of what was keeping Transformers alive during that whole time period. Which is actually really cool. This is the era that he was genuinely active in, back in this era, as a Transformers fan. Exactly. Yeah. It's 90s Transformers fan culture. I have been wanting to, when he announced he was doing this, I was really excited because I've genuinely wanted to learn more about that whole scene for years. I don't know nearly enough about that. But it feels like important reading for Roberts' Transformers works because a lot of that informed his takes because he was active in that whole scene. But yeah, so back to Sideways. We have packaging. And we have a whole bunch of stuff here. But yeah, Sideways. He is the guy I like to think of lore-wise as just someone who is full on just like a Unicron puppet.
Yep.
Oh, nice. I didn't know they had bootleg Sky Garys in the 90s. That's cool. Yeah, so we got Rook and Crosswise. We got a bunch of accessories in here too. And let's just fish out all of Sideways' stuff. Yeah, I always like to think of Sideways myself as, Sideways is voiced in English by the ever awesome Paul Dobson, who Paul Dobson he's one of those people who just has those pipes, those amazing pipes.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and right, Rook and Crosswise, this is their combined form here. Okay, and yeah. And I always like to think of it as that Sideways was essentially possessed by minicons. Just a bit of a guy who was just it's a very good name. It is a very good name, Sideways. But let's see, we got all this here. But yeah, so the way they did Rook and Crosswise as minicons is interesting because they actually made them parts formers. So this is their combined form. And then we have to pop them apart to get to the individual minicons. Oh, sorry about all the scraping from my headset. Yeah, we have to pop them apart. We got these alternate legs that we can slap on over here. Yeah. Alternate legs that just slap on there for the one dude. And then for the other dude, where is his upper body?
Yeah, and Armada Sideways was a guy who bonded to the wrong minicons.
Yeah, and then the minicons kind of subsumed him. That's the way I've always read it, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at this and going, where is the rest of him?
And then in the Unicron, not in Cybertron, we finally get to see him as he was before he got possessed. He's still a jerk, but he's a jerk that's not totally evil.
Yeah, that's the reading I've kind of gone with myself. It is a bit of a retconny reading, but it is still a reading. Hold up, I'm just looking.
I always like that reading that with that. But he just basically wanted to get back with his boyfriend and Soundwave.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Oh, that's how they did this with Rook. Okay, I had to look at the back of the box to figure out how Rook works here. So Rook is just, I think these are his arms here. This just pops on and, oh, Oh, I see. Okay. So this is how they did him. His hands just come in over here. They just slide in like that, and yeah, I think this one is rook, right? No, this is crosswise. This one is crosswise here. So yeah, so the transformation is just you slide those arms on, and then that's how he goes. So there we have rook and crosswise right here as mini cons. That is their transformation pretty much. I mean, I guess it's certainly a mini-con transformation. Like, I think that looking at this here, like rook is definitely the stronger one, but it's like they definitely have compromised articulation. Like one of them has no leg articulation, one of them has no arm articulation, and then he has like we got these massive legs here. They did, yes, but yeah, we got these massive legs here, like that are sit in a really weird space. Like they basically designed this guy to combine and it's just, and become the rider, and yeah, that's pretty much like the main thing that they designed him for. Because yeah, we got all this leg arm articulation here, no leg articulation. I really like how the head hides on this one though. Like it's pretty rad. So we got all that, and then we got sideways over here. Sideways.
Yeah, but does he want to tell you about the Transformers? Sorry, I had to make the joke about rad.
Yeah, that is. Oh, you beat me to responding with some sort of reference to rad. Jeez. So yeah, I think that I'm just gonna make sure see how all that stuff goes on. I think the bike wheel goes on like that. Where's the box? I'm just looking for the bit where it tells you how to peg everything on here. Oh no, that's not quite right. No, it doesn't go in the middle one. Okay. Yes, this one doesn't go in there. This one goes in over here, I guess. And then this one goes in over here. Yes, there's where his wheels go. Yeah, and then this one just goes up like this and just locks into place for robot mode. And then yeah, and then we just got these pipes over here, and these are just his these just go in over here. And these are just like pipe guns. So yeah, so he's got these pipe guns over here. He's got like all his kibble on him now, and he looks pretty good. Yeah, we got the proper like sideways face here. Let's see. I mean, yeah, like his face without any of the mini cons. It looks pretty good. Like he's got like the Autobot faction symbol here. Faction symbol does swap just around like this. You can do either faction symbol pretty easily on him. But yeah, let's take a look at articulation before we go into gimmicks. So, articulation, we have this head here that is on a ball joint. Can look side to side, can look up. Handlebars do move as well too, so we can adjust the horns a little bit, shift them forward and backward. Arms go up to about here. Arms come all the way around. And yeah, swivel over there, 90 degrees there. We got a swivel over here in the wrist. And then yeah, you can always pull these off here and make them into like, like just like lead pipes essentially. Give them some proper bludgeoning devices. And what else? Waist swings all the way around. Pretty good range of motion in the waist. Legs up like this. Can do the splits. Yeah, good leg articulation. 90 degrees. And then we got ankle tilts like this over here. So yeah, it's a nice articulated sideways. A lot of articulation on this guy. And you know what? Like for the sake of comparison there, he is a Voyager, but let's do him next to a double face, the deluxe there. Sorry, next to Noise Maze, sideways. Like sideways from his Cybertron self, as we got in last year's line.
The funny sideways.
I guess no, wasn't it last year or was it 2 years ago now? Oh my god. How badly did time go by? Yes, we got the two little mini-cons over here. Let's just put the two mini-con buddies there. I'm looking forward to, because let's be honest, I think we can pretty much guarantee that there's going to be a third party that will do like a upgrade kit that will replace the mini-cons. And that would be very tempting. Like just to get some actual articulation in these guys, because Yeah, they very much suffer for the sake of the gimmick. Okay, it was last year's exclusive. Okay, thank you, God. Okay, I feel better now. Anyway, though, Sideways does recreate the classic gimmick there, but he does it a little bit differently. On the original toy, his head was just like a little nub that you then put the mini-cons over top. This one, though, works a little bit differently. Yeah, let's see if I can get this right. Because the head actually goes down, and I actually really like this here. The head actually stays on using the same peg. That's going to be the mini-con peg. And then it just folds inside. I'm just... Let me just look this up here. Where did I put the little booklet? Oh, here it is. I just want to make sure I know what I need, how this works for swapping the mini-cons. Okay, that's... Oh, I see. Okay, so to put his head down, you take this, you open up the arms, and then we can open this whole thing up, and then just bring the head in, like that. Bring the handlebars up, and then you just close all this up all over again. Bring it all closed up, seal it up there. You know, adjust these handlebars a bit there if you want. But yeah, there we have Sideways ready to take on a head. So we're gonna start off with oh, they do actually name the combiner in here too. Cool. They named the Minicon combiner there as Mir. Interesting. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, that was the name in Armada.
Yeah.
That was the name of the Minicon combiner.
Yeah. It's just nice that they actually call that out in the instructions. So we're going to start with Rook over here. And again, you're going to pop off the extra accessories for this. We're going to do the Autobot head first. And yeah, and then that's just going to be a case of just bringing these up like this, I think. I think it's pretty much just this to get the head, to get the horns right. I'm just double checking the book because yeah, they do have all this stuff spelled out in the instructions for how this is all supposed to go. And okay, not quite. We almost got it. It's more so you bring it around like this, bring these like, okay, bring it like this here, and okay, so yes, you bring the heads, okay, you bring the horns like this. Oh. Yep.
Hey, right. Ramsey, if you want to join DC, feel free.
Yep. But yeah, I need to bring up another blockies thing, but first we're going to plop the head in here before we do that. And it just, Ramsey, yeah, it just goes into
crash VC, feel free.
Yeah. It just goes in there, and there we have Sideways, like with his Autobot head and his Autobot look, and honestly, he looks pretty good here. Yeah, he looks all right. He's got these like little leg horns. Yo, I say, what are you trying to do?
I say boy.
Yeah, precisely, boy. Anyway, let's grab a blockies. Let's reach in and let's grab a box of... Not the latest wave. All right, we got a wave 4 now. So let's get this one open. I'm trying to remember who's left in this wave. Because we got the fancy Grimlock, we got in Shockwave, we got a lot of the stuff in here. There's not much left. All right, so we got the bag here. So let's get this bag open, and then we'll see who it is once it's open. I think it's a vehicle this time. And yes, it is. It's just Starscream. So, wow. So Starscream's blockies assembly here. We have like these 2 pieces here for the jet.
All right, one of those.
Slap it there. Slap this on top here. Put on the nose cone. There we go, like that. And then we just do the null raise. Let's just go over here, I guess. And then we got this little coin, and yeah, that's the block he's got right there. It's just Starscream. It's just a jet mode Starscream, nothing fancy. Like, he works. Decent amount of paint on the top. I like that they've got all the little like kibble on the bottom and stuff too. But yeah, that's him. Anyway, back to Sideways. Back to old Double Face. So yes, we got this whole head here. With the Minicon heads, he does not have the ability to look upwards, which is like completely unsurprising. But I mean, he looks pretty good though, like with the Autobot head. And then yeah, we swap in his Decepticon face. So we bring this up here and we pop off these legs, and then we adjust these horns. And I'm just checking what the official configuration for this is. Oh, yeah, official configuration is just straight up, like we just keep the horns up like this, bring the arms out like that. You know, still keep them like horns, but you bring them out like this more so. And then we just slot this on like that, and then we just change his faction symbol. Oh, this isn't.
Turn what to who?
Actually, this isn't spinning as well, like with that head in there. So yes, there. There we go. Swap the symbol, and there we have Sideways there in his Decepticon configuration.
Star Walk.
I mean,
Sorry,
yeah, it works. It works well
Here,
enough.
Ramses.
Oh, Ramsey's popping.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm here for a little bit.
Hello.
Because I was screaming for like, God knows how I was screaming for like 3 hours straight because like,
oh nice.
Sucked.
Let me just make sure that you're on this. Hold up. Let me add you to the screen just a sec. Let me put your let me put your thing on the Discord screen. Let's see. Where is that? Yes. I'm just trying to spot where that thing is here, so I can just copy the. Oh, there we go. Copy user ID, and let's just swap in the monitor view. Which one is it? There we go. All right, there we go. Now you're on screen. Excellent.
Yep.
Hello, everybody.
All right. So yeah. So what were you streaming anyway?
Oh no, I wasn't streaming. I was, like I said, I was
World
watching
Cup.
soccer with the family.
Yeah, I had a coworker who ducked out this afternoon to watch World Cup stuff. I think Canada had a big game today.
Yeah, they had. It was a pretty big game.
Yep. So I mean, so that's cool. But yeah. So yeah, Sideways though. Noise maze. I really like Double Face here. Like just the overall aesthetic looks really nice. I'm not sure which head I like better. I think that the Autobot head does look a little better than the Decepticon one, honestly. But let's be honest, there is going to be probably DNA is going to do like new minicons with this guy. So I'm not.
I'm assuming so.
Yeah,
I'm assuming they're gonna make like new heads that are actually more articulated, so it can actually be a little bit more accurate to like the original toy.
Yeah, could be. I do assume that. Yeah, like I just picked up a couple of DNA kits on the weekend actually, so like those will be a future stream. Yeah, so we showed off articulation. So let's get into the next. I guess we also have stuff like I'm just seeing if you can do anything with all these accessories. I don't think they actually engineered anything to do with all the unused accessories other than just put them off to the side. I'm just double checking that. Like it would be fun if say you could say like oh actually they do they do sort of cover this. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where stuff goes. Okay, so they designed all these bits here so that they can actually plug into these 3mm ports down here. So you can store
Interesting.
like the extra minicon bits just over there. Like just on the sides of the legs. So that's okay. And I guess we got like 5mm ports. You could always like stuff a minicon over there too. But I do appreciate there's a little bit of storage. Anyway, let's transform this guy. Let's henshin him up. And we're gonna start by yeah. Let's see if we can figure this out. We got all these. We got this whole motorbike thing here, and this popped off. Yeah, so this is all gonna swing around, obviously. But oh, interest. Oh, and this popped off its thing. Okay. Yeah, this hinge is pretty weak. Yeah, so this obviously is all gonna swing around. And at least it should, but yeah, it's just not staying on its hinge here. So yeah, this all, yeah, I think this all just swings around like this. Yeah, like this over here. And then, yeah, this will become the bike. We got like we still got the readout on the back of his face there for the bike. So that's all just gonna come up in there. And then, yeah, this all just comes around here. And this is, yeah, I see some pegs here. That just pegs in like that. So that's a part of the bike. Let's see. So this is all going to pivot around. We got part of the seat over here. This is going to come up and does this peg in here or is this? Oh, that just goes around like this, I think. Or does it? Where's this the back wheel? Actually, yeah, this is the rear wheel, isn't it? Yeah, so I think it actually goes like this. I don't know, but I think it goes like this because then these arms are going to come down anyway and cover up a bunch of stuff. We'll know very shortly if this is how it goes. Because I'm probably going to just look at a picture and go, oh, hey, I'm doing this wrong. Yes, this all comes around here, and this is going to peg in under... Oh, yeah, I am doing this wrong. Yeah, because that there is where those combined arms are going to peg into, so... Yeah, let's bring this all back around. Kind of sucks that it's kind of both good and bad that they made these bits removable because, like, on the one hand, it means they can fit them in the box. On the more negative hand, it means that this pegs in here. There we go. And on the other negative hand, it means they pop off. So yes, this all comes around here. These peg back together. This all pegs in underneath. Yeah, we got this whole bit in here. It all comes together right there. And then we just need to do the seat. Actually, hold up. I'm just gonna, before we keep going, I'm just gonna hit snooze on this thing so that way I have plenty of time to finish this up before ad break. There we go. All right, so yeah, we got these to open up here. And I guess that's, yeah, then I guess we just, how does this compress? Ah, there we go. Okay. Yes, these compress like this. Fairly decent compression, honestly. It's cool how like ever since they got rid of springs, they just got like really clever with how they compress legs. And they kind of got better than springs too, because the spring mechanisms were always like were always like a little bit hit or miss.
Yeah, especially when as older they get, the springs kind of like tend to fail. I was reminded of the 78 Camaro from the first Transformers movie of Bumblebee.
Oh right, that had the automorph, didn't it?
Yeah, and because it had those springs to automorph it, yeah, they're prone for a lot of failures.
I mean, I was thinking of stuff like classic Starscream, where you've got the springs in the legs. Yeah, this all comes around like this. Yeah, these. Where do these peg into? I think this just goes in a divot over top. Because, yeah, these need to go up top here because these are going to be the seats. Here, let's close this up. How does this come around? Like this, I think. Oh yeah, and we got like stuff that folds out here. Yeah, there's a whole assembly in here that this is going to pop out like that. Ah, and that's probably a peg for the rider. Or that's just a peg for holding these together. Yeah, this comes, okay, yeah, this comes down here, and then that peg there is going to be just to hold this, help hold these things together. Like this. And, okay, yeah, that peg's in over there. And then, yeah, and then you can see this locks in down over there for those. And then we just lock the arms in. Yeah, if I remember, this was like one of the, like, especially like Sideways is like one of the Aaron Archer specialty ones there in terms of like just for designs. And that's one of the ones that he like had more involvement on, I think. You know, kind of like how Vector Prime is like, you know, like Aaron's baby. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done here. Let me just check this. Yeah. Let me check the back of the box, but this looks pretty good. Yeah, this is supposed to stick up at an angle. No, I don't have this quite right. Okay. I have this, actually, this is wrong here. This whole bit, he needs to come up, and I think this needs to sit above this a little bit here. Yeah, because it's showing this is supposed to be in as flush like this. Yeah, I think this comes up like this. And bring these together. And that goes there, and let's see, then these lock in underneath there where the wheel goes. Yeah, these need to come in at an angle still. Ah, okay, and then once you angle it all, okay, that fills in the gap over there for the seat. And there we go, that's Sideways there in his alternate mode. So yeah, not a bad little motorbike.
How does he feel? Like, does he feel like a Voyager figure, or is it like more like a really up-res, like an upsized deluxe?
It's hard to say. I think he probably is a little up-res deluxe-y, because the fact that, like, you know, he does have the Minicon gimmick in there too. So remember, like, so he is kind of doing a lot. Like, we got this whole driver here with like his, you know, really, he has nice, you know, long legs over there. And yeah, we bring this up there, and then we get like Mir, and then we should just be able to put Mir in. Mir does ride him, so I'm just trying to see if is there a peg anywhere, or is there? Let's see, because we can have him hold the handlebars, which is cool. So Mir can hold the handlebars like this. Like, I don't think he's as big as the original Minicon was relative to Sideways, but like, he's pretty tiny, honestly. Like, just looking at this here, when you put him on just as a rider, he is a bit of a tiny rider.
But I mean, it fits like the size at least, and you know, you are right. It's doing a lot for the size it's doing. So it's like
there was a lot going on here. Like, you're still getting, like, they are kind of flawed Minicons. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know what they would. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those. Okay, yeah, it looks like you just secure him via just plugging him into the. Yeah, you just secure him via the handlebars, and that's how he's supposed to secure. And then you can just like have him just standing over here on the motorbike, or just, you know, sort of sitting a little bit there. And then, you know, because this guy adjusts up and down there, so you can just get him there riding it. And then these, as I mentioned, these still go on the 3mm ports here. Let's see. There's no separate kickstand. He just has one sculpted in over here. So you just lean him off to the side, and he just stands up because there's just like a kickstand just sitting right there. So, I mean, that might be a criticism for some people. I don't know if that's a deal breaker for some, but
Yeah, that is the gist of Old Noise Maze here. Oh, you mean like the Armada one? When you say the animated one? Yes, there he is. I just swapped in the Autobot symbol there for him. Okay, but yeah, no, he looks all right. He looks all right there, and I mean, like, you know, his rider is a bit of a short minicon rider, but I mean, a bit of a short stack, but I mean, like, he works pretty well. I'm curious if what other figures he would have ride him, but yeah, I mean, he works well there, and opening him up takes us down to 40, so we only have like a couple things left to do. All right, so let's see. I think ads are going to be starting any second now, so let's let's run some ads, and when we return, we're going to go to the next thing here on our thing, and we are going to be getting into continuing down this Eldritch theme with a couple more entries. So we will be right back après ces messages.
All right.
Let's see. All right. Hello and welcome back from ads, everyone. And we are back, and I've got Strideways and Ramses hanging out here in audio as well.
Hello, everybody in Twitch land. I was going to say TV land, but we're not on TV. Well, it could be on someone's TV, but we're on Twitch, so hi.
Yep. Yeah, entirely. What game do you have going in the background, Strideways?
Deltarune, Chapter 5.
Oh, nice. That came out, didn't it?
Yep.
That looks like we got a gotcha right off the bat. Sweet.
And like I said, the reason why I'm also quiet is because I'm fooling around with the figure I got. I'm very happy with the figure.
Ooh, what'd you get?
I got Sundown, the cowboy
Oh,
GI Joe
right.
that
Yeah,
came
you
out.
mentioned that in chat. Yes, Sundown. Awesome. And speaking of getting things, I just reached in and we got our first Wave 7 pull. So, Wave 7.
Unfortunate code name, but amazing figure.
Yep.
And also it helps that he's Mexican, so
Right.
yay. So he's one of my guys. So I had to get him.
And to be fair, like Hama was always generally pretty respectful with a lot of his stuff there. I mean, you look at like characters like Spirit Iron Knife, like in the actual comics, is just like an indigenous guy who is in the army more or less. Like he's not really defined by any sort of like mysticism. He's like, yeah, he's like got an indigenous background and some of that wear, but like he's a soldier first and foremost.
Yeah, I like his backstory where it's like he had a twin brother, and they were like fighting against the cartels. And apparently, Headman and his troops killed his brother. And now he's after Cobra and like the headhunters.
Okay. Oh, is that Sundown's backstory?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Yeah, Hama always did a pretty good job on a lot of that stuff. So, but yeah, so we got our first one from the Wave 7 wave. So yeah, and we got a bunch of different options here. We have Lio Convoy in here. We have Big Convoy in here. We have as variants there, we can potentially get like the Nemesis Prime Deco of Big Convoy or the Nemesis Deco of Lio Convoy. Magmatron, Galvatron is in here. We got Ratchet. We got Cliffjumper. We got my boy Gigastorm. We got like a reformatting.
Gigastorm. Nice.
Yeah, Gigastorm's in this wave, yes. We got Shadowglass Grimlock. We got Sludge. We got like, we got a bunch of stuff. So, like, I'm really curious what my chase figure is going to be in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting. It is interesting, yes, but like they did use the name Convoy on the Big Convoy release that came out late last year, early this year. So it's not unprecedented, but it is still a big deal that Takara actually let them use the name Convoy. Like I think he's probably like the first character that they actually let them call Convoy in the West. And I'm guessing a lot of that was probably just rooted in the fact that you don't really have many other options for like a Big Convoy from like what you call him option. Like, because I remember everyone was speculating what are they going to call him. Like once the rumors came out, and we were all surprised when they called him Big Convoy.
Slameth.
I mean, it would be silly calling him Big Prime or Big Optimus.
Yeah, like everyone was wondering what they were going to do, and then it was like, oh yeah, we got Big Convoy, and then all the people in the know were like, oh my god, you actually pulled that off, bravo.
Also, like Big Prime, Big Optimus, their names for like thingies.
Ooh, a lot of pieces in this one. I'm not looking down, so I can't even see like what I'm pulling out of the bag yet, but I will see in just a minute. And ooh, we're kicking this off with Lio Convoy. No, sorry, this is this is Big Convoy we're kicking off with. Okay.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah. So what do we got here
the
for
Mastodon himself?
Yeah. So what do we got here? Is this the regular version? I think it is. Yes, it's just the regular version for Big Convoy. So we didn't get one of the fancy chase ones for him. Which means maybe Lio Convoy is one of the fancy chase ones. I guess we'll find out. Shame, because I kind of did really want the Nemesis colors for Big Convoy.
Yeah, I'm assuming that like because like how these boxes are distributed and because how the rarity works, I'm pretty sure one of them is gonna be the Black Convoy variant, and the other one's gonna be like the regular one.
Yeah, like I think based on the odds there, I think I've got good odds at getting like we're either going to get like the this actually narrows it considerably because it means that either we're going to get the Nemesis Lio Convoy, or we are going to get the Lio Convoy that has like the cape and everything like that, like with all the extra accessories.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like a lot of parts here for Big Convoy though. Let's see. Is that his thighs or yeah? I'm just trying to make sure I ID all his parts properly because there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, yeah, here's his thighs. Yeah, he looks pretty good though, just going off the bat. And then, oh, he does have the asymmetrical forearms. Oh, rad. He does have the asymmetry in his arms. I'm just looking at the image here. Yeah. He has the full like asymmetrical arms. So this one goes over there, and then we got this one over here. And then this one over here. Well, I guess that they are still the same sculpt, they're just different colors, but still. That's rad that they included that detail. And then, yeah, we got the mammoth legs over here. And then put this detail over top. Hmm. We got the tusks back here that just go in like that. And get the other forearm in here. And just put his hands in. And then we got his gun over here too, okay. Oh, they did his gun as just like one piece, okay. Yeah, so this goes here, and let me see, is that everything? Okay, yeah, that is everything on him. Yeah, so that is the blockies of a big convoy. Just the regular version, and I mean, he looks pretty good here. It's a nice little figure. Like, they did a decent job with the screen printing and stuff. I'm just looking at the box here, and oh, I can see some of the stuff that the other one does. That's actually really nice. Because the other version of Big Convoy, looking at the box, it has, like, he has his full Matrix cannon, like, from the very end of the series. But, like, you can see there, too, there's also, like, some stuff parts to go inside. Looks like they've painted it inside. Like, the missile racks are all painted on that one and stuff, too. And then they've got, like, added painted detail on his arm and stuff like that. Like, it's, yeah, like, shame that I didn't get this one here, because that one's a really nice Big Convoy. So we'll have to see what we get for Lao Convoy. Yeah, there we got Big Convoy right over there.
The dog radar.
Sorry? What about
Sorry,
that?
it's like a bit from the.
All right, anyway. Next up, we're going back into Eldritch stuff. We're going back into the Eldritch things, and, like, Eldritch creatures can come in many shapes and sizes. Like, they can have, like, all kinds of tentacles. There's a lot of squid-like ones. I mean, hell, look at, like, they got Trey Parker voicing, like, a diminutive, like, Cthulhu type of character in, like, that new, like, Minions film.
Oh.
Yeah, you knew that it was him voicing that, right? Like, it's pretty much the same voice he does for Cartman. Anyway, though, speaking of Eldritch stuff, VTubers can be Eldritch beings too, such as Niname Ines. So yeah, we've got a Figma Avena, and this was sold as a DX one. Like, I think you could only get the DX version there, and it comes with all of her various, like, Eldritch tentacles. So it's a really big box. Like, it's much bigger than all the other Hololive EN girls. Shame will probably never get Ame though, because she's already, like, graduated. So we probably won't get the full myth set. But yeah, just looking at the back here, like, we got this entire set of, like, just like squid tentacles back there, and that's why the box is as big as it is. So let's get this open, and let's slide this tray out, and let's take a look at everything in this box. All right, so we have a lot of stuff in here. A lot of stuff. Not many faces, but a lot of stuff all the same. So anyway, getting the top cover off, we have, let's look at Ina herself first. Wow. Let's just pop this head off. And get all this stuff out. Pop the head back on. Yeah, I've been waiting, like, for doing the Eldritch stuff. I very deliberately was like, let's do this the same week I start up on StarCraft 2 again, because Zerg. And it feels good getting back to that game. I still love StarCraft 2 is still, like, one of my all-time favorite games. Hold up, this leg's not picked back in right. Okay, there we go. And there we got Ina just right out of the box. We haven't put any of the accessories on, like her halo. But we're going to fix that now, aren't we? So her halo is just going to go in back over here behind her head like this. And then we have Ina just right out of the box. And she looks fine out of the box, I guess. Decent figure. So let's see. Yeah, so we just got like this, neutral resting phase here. Like just tiny body. Very petite body. But yeah, let's see. A lot of standard Figma joints and everything like that. It's your standard VTuber, like very heavy designs. What all we got to show off here? We got the little wings over here. The little wings on her outfit there can move up and down. So that's cool. We got the little skirt bit back here. And yeah, let's just look at articulation here, shall we? So we've got a head articulation. That's upper ball joint there. There's also a lower joint on the neck there too. But she does have a very long neck because I think that's just because of like her VTuber design, because of the she's got the little collar there. Yeah, let's get this hair back on. It's not quite staying on. I think it's because it's just not because of where the ears are floating, but yeah, this side is not quite staying on there. There we go. Yeah, what else? Let's see. Arms out there. Not really, no real butterfly joint or anything like that. It's just straight up just like a ball joint in there for the arm. I mean, probably because there's no like sleeves or anything to hide something in. And we got that standard ball jointed elbow. Again, it's just standard Figma. Ball jointed wrists with the gloved hands. What else? Let's see. We got a ab crunch up and down. Up and down ab crunch there. I don't think that she has a waist joint. Yeah, there's no waist joint on Nina. I'm guessing they probably did an ab crunch instead of a waist joint because of that whole backpack that we're going to be getting to in a bit. Probably just from a stability standpoint. But yeah, hair has a bunch of articulation on it too. Can actually swing all the way up like this. Again, probably just to be able to get at the peg in the back. This whole bit can swing up. And these little hair bits here are also attached separately too. So these two bits can move independently. And this is all just soft plastic for these ones. Legs. Let's see. Skirt does have a little cut in it over here. The cut's kind of hidden by the back skirt here, but there is a cut in the skirt, so you can actually get the legs out a decent amount. Legs actually come out a decent amount here. Swivel around. Pop out of the ball joint like that. Oh, and nice. Actually, the ball joint can pull up and down. If you look at the assembly in here, you can see that the ball joint, like the actual ball, like just swings up and down like on a G.I. Joe classified figure, which is kind of cool. So you can like pull these down, and then you can get them out a bit a bit too. Like she can kick out a little bit because of that. Whereas if you bring them up, she doesn't really have as much articulation there. In fact, these legs keep popping off when I try and do that. So what else? This leg keeps popping off. I keep popping this one off the ball joint. Yeah. Wow. Let's see if I can get this back on. There we go. Yeah, so what else? We have a little bit of the swivel over here. Not a massive amount of swiveling. Leg cut bends pretty well. A little bit of back and forth there. Ankles up and down, side to side. And then of course, we got like these giant high heels, platform high heels there, just to give her some extra height. But I mean, it's a decent looking Ina here. We got a bunch of extra parts as well too for faces, so let's take a look at those. So swap the face. It's your standard Figma face swap. And we got a few here. We've got this one that's just like a happy face. Yeah, so we got this one that's just a happy face there. You know, we got a little bit of a fang there as well too. And then we've got, let's see. And then we got this one here, which is just, you know, just more of an open mouth on this one. More of an open mouth, just talking. Again, we got a little bit of a fang visible here. A little bit of a tiny fang. Looks pretty good there. Honestly, this one is a little bit more energetic. I kind of like this face. We got a couple of accessories that are taped in over here. Let's see, what do we got? We have, I think this one is a mic. I think we have a mic in here. I'm just trying to wedge it out. And yeah, we got a microphone right over here. Just got a tiny little microphone, so you'd want to swap the hands out for this. And then we've got a little, an Eldritch grimoire right over here. I don't know her as a character super well, but I mean, like, so I'm not sure what the actual text says in Japanese, but yeah. Probably some sort of Necronomicon-ish thing. Like, if someone knows this stuff better than me, they can, by all means, feel free to correct me because I don't know any of this stuff. Like, of the myth girls, she's probably the one I'm least familiar with, and I'm kind of more interested in just getting the set with regards to her. And, you know, it's going to be a forever incomplete set, as I mentioned, because of Ame, but that's not, that's not her fault for deciding that she wanted to move on.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard, like, doing the corpo streaming. It is not an easy task, doing all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this here. Oh, that's how you hold the... Okay, so she can hold the book like that, too. I'm just looking at the accessories here. Okay, I see. So there's stuff that can take that. Okay, it's showing a whole bunch of stuff here. Cool. Okay, so what else we got? All right, we have the stand over here. Let's get the JoJo character out.
Enemy stand.
Mm-hmm. Right, so we got a smaller stand as well too, and I think this is probably for the tentacles. And then we got this over here. Then we got this one over here. So we got the smaller stand over here. And what's this one going to peg into? I think this base is for the giant Eldritch tentacles. So, which, speaking of Eldritch tentacles, that is the reason that they made this a deluxe set here, because there's this giant piece here, this giant set of tentacles that's just meant to go behind her, and we have this just big stand for those. This solid hexagonal peg stand here that is just going to keep this entire mass up. There's a little bit of articulation. This one moves up and down, and there's also side to side over here. So these do move a little, but not much. It's mostly just like a piece that just sits up here. And I'm just looking to see how this is supposed to go. I think it's supposed to go like this, if I'm looking at the images right. I think it's supposed to sit like just over here. I don't think it actually pegs onto her. I think it's just like a mass of tentacles that just is supposed to sit behind. Yeah, that's what it looks like that this is the case. So you don't actually attach this, you just stand this behind her. So I'm gonna move this all out and start setting things up. So we got that giant mass of tentacles there. We got Ina over here. We got Ina's stand over here. And
So is this a VTuber?
yeah, what about? What about her? Sorry, you were saying something?
Ramses. Oh, was I breaking up? Sorry.
I
I don't
heard
really
this
follow a whole lot
VTuber.
of
I heard this
VTubers.
VTuber, and then that
Sorry.
was it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Like, okay, but yeah, I don't really follow VTubers. Ramses, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just fact checking here really quick.
Still digging your sundown?
Okay.
Yeah, but I was curious about the
Like, look,
book.
the only VTubers I follow are
Nina
like
Me's book.
people
That's why.
personally.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a number of
The only
VTubers that I
VTubers
follow
I
these
follow are
days.
people I know personally,
Right. Yeah. At this point,
which is basically people you've introduced me to. Technical.
yeah, there's a number I follow at this point there, and like there's some that I will just like put on as background noise during the day and stuff like that too. Although there's like one that I follow where she just got a day job, so that's now she's like in competition with like the ones I put on like late afternoon.
So apparently her book is called The Ancient Ones,
Huh.
but she tends to call him the AO-chan.
Okay, I kind of love that. Like I know the myth ones all generally had like just various they're all different mythological stuff. Mori is like the apprentice of the Grim Reaper. You got like Kiara who's like a literal like a phoenix who's like thousands of years old and never dies. Like you've got like Ame's a time traveler. Like it's like they all kind of went like extra with their original bios. I mean,
And
mind you, I say this, and then Wave 2 had people who were like actual gods as well too, because like Crony's like a time goddess or whatever.
interesting. Yeah, and I think that she just stumbled upon the book, and now, well, congratulations, you're now an Eldritch god. Congratulations, GG, shake my hand.
I remember there was a fan animation someone did years ago that was like really cool, where it was just like her having gone mad and just like attacking everyone. Like it was like Ina having gone like just completely been consumed by like madness and just going after everybody. And of course, Gura is just like like she's from she's like a thousands of year old shark from like a shark girl from Atlantis, but yeah, they kind of went extra with a lot of their bios, and I don't mind extra. But yeah, so the way you would set all this up here for this whole thing is you would take this whole base back here, and we would just slot it back there, and we would put her leg back in because that came out again. This leg keeps popping out. And you would just set it up like this. And actually, because of this here, they actually show this in the instructions. You can like wrap this one leg down here. So this way, if you swing a particular way, you can just bring it down here, and we can just have her we can just have her, with tentacles, but her own tentacles, and just, I don't know what is it when it's someone doing stuff to themselves with their own tentacles? What is that? Do I want to know what that is?
I don't think so.
But yeah, we have the little her little taco there.
Pretty obvious.
Probably not. Yeah, probably. So yeah, we got the little taco here, and this can go in over here. We can just put the little taco mascot in there. And I'm just trying to see what this pegs onto. Is it meant to go into the arm, or is it meant to go into the... Oh, this goes onto the stand, right. So this just goes onto the stand arm over here. And then we can just bring her little, just her little... Like the little taco here is like the representation of her fans, so... Like this
I think
little
too that's
mask.
like her Oshi mark.
I guess kind of like that's kind of how they portray their fans, like like just with the little mascots. Like I actually do have the no, okay, do I have the plush of that? No, I don't have. No, I have the Kiara plush, right? Because they did plushes of all these way back when. I do have the Kiara plush of the little one there, but yeah, just that one. Because like you've got the deadbeats there for Mori, and you got like the what you call it, what were they called for Kiara again? I should know this.
Ramses connection, just to let you know. Techno.
Yes?
Techno. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I was just saying Ramses lost connection.
So that's what that button does. That's a good way to figure out how things work for the first time.
Oh. Oh, which button is that?
That X button that closes everything down.
All right, so yes, we can do that there. So we can have her holding her mic. I'm just looking at the alternate hand. She actually has a couple of hands here so that she can hold her book. So I'm just gonna like pull these hands out. We're gonna use these hands over there. Get her holding her book. Like she's got a lot of like fairly standard Figma hands otherwise. Yeah, we got the standard pointing ones, and we got like the ones for holding the mic, and we got the closed fists. Like all fairly standard, but let's get her handy. Let's do this so that she can hold her book. Mm-hmm. Yes, take all this out here, and then that hand's not in properly. Okay. Yeah, like seriously, it's like I will say with just streamers, there's so many like amazing people who do all this stuff, and it's always a pleasure to meet new people, like who stream and just see their stuff and just chat with them and stuff. Yeah. Like it's like it's kind of the equivalent, I suppose, almost of like just like say like how back in the day people would just like listen to the radio and stuff. Like that's more or less how I use it. And yeah, we can take all this. I'm just gonna leave the little thing in the back of the book there, and then yeah, we can just slot her book around on these hands. And there, now she's holding her book. And just up like this. So yeah. Like honestly, if they'd given an option without the tentacles, I probably would have done that. Because those do take up a lot of space. And like it's literally like half the box is specifically so that they can get the tentacles in there. And I get that that's a part of her visual, like traditionally, but it is still kind of like going a little bit extra. Like if I'm looking at accessories that this comes with, I kind of wish that she came with like a head that had glasses or something, just because I know that she does use glasses, like say when she's doing like some of her art streams and stuff like that. And so that would have been a nice little detail. But yeah, that is the Ina Figma over here. That's pretty much it. So I'm just gonna close up this box, and then we're gonna keep going. Let's see. Always best to put these boxes away as you go when you have a lot of these things. Just makes the cleanup, especially when this one's going to be going in the storage anyhow because it's got accessories. But this is going to take up a lot of space. I need to ditch old Figma boxes at some point. I've got a number that are like a decade old or more. I should probably ditch some of those.
Yeah, I did the same thing not too long ago with what did I have a lot of boxes for? Oh God, what was the figure that? I am trying to remember now because I remember I had to get rid of so many boxes because I was like, oh, these are just taking up so much space.
Yeah. I have done periodic box purges, but I haven't purged some of that. Like I've got some older stuff, like old Transformers Masterpiece boxes and old like Figma boxes and stuff. I could probably purge a lot of that stuff. Like probably like a lot of the like thinking about it, I've got a lot of boxes that are going to be like a decade old. No, they are a decade old now because I had them when I moved here. Right. So yes, they'll be a decade old this year. Number of my boxes, at least. But yeah, we have one more thing on the list tonight. One more planned thing, and that is the one that inspired this entire theme.
Liege.
We are going to go with the Liege Maximo himself. 12th of the toys, the 13, if we include the Neo Vector Prime. And he is the one that, like, I remember when we knew that he was coming, everyone was wondering, how are they going to do him? It was like, are they going to do like the Loki sort of style there, or what are they going to do? And instead, they went full G2, last panel of the G2 comic. Like, which was a really, really nice surprise. And just look at this gorgeous box art.
And you can tell. And you can tell that they really that's what they were aiming for the very beginning. If they were gonna make if they made G-Axis and they made him like accurate G1, of course they're gonna make Liege Maximo like go totally full on G1.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that, but you do raise a very good point there. And now I'm mad at myself because a lot of my G2 guys are in storage, and that includes G-Axis, so I can't just like pull out the Liege Centauro and put him next to the Liege Maximo. Or even like G-Axis's troopers. I've got a couple of those. But yeah, I would need to pull those out. I've got those are in another room in storage. Jeez. I didn't even think of that when I was like picking things to do. But yeah, and his weapon is the Legion darts. So yeah, so for Liege Maximo as a character, he is one of the oldest of the 13 primes conceptually. In that, I'm just thinking about it. I guess Alpha Trion is probably the first one that came about and stuff, and then you would have Prima, I guess, because Furman introduced him in an old story. I guess Macadam also counts too, technically speaking, because he was Marvel UK. I'm just trying to think of like the oldest primes, and Liege Maximo is probably like next up there in terms of ancient concepts, because although with a number of them, like they had the whole thing of them being like impossibly ancient Transformers baked into them, and Liege was, when he first showed up in the G2 story, he was insinuated to be the progenitor of the entire Decepticon line, like in the original canon. Which is a pretty metal concept, and he was just like sitting on a throne, just like all lording about, talking about how Megatron is more akin to his offspring. And it's like, if Megatron had died, I would have felt it, because he is like, he is a part of me. And you just get this really menacing metal thing that's like the last page in the last issue of the comic, because Furman knew he was getting canceled, and he just went, you know what, I'm just gonna go for broke here on the stuff I was setting up, and just like here and just tease the whole here's stuff I was going to be doing had they not canceled us. And then Furman did stuff with Liege Maximo in later fiction, so we will get into that. And then next up, yeah, they did do a new Deathsaurus. He was a HasLab. I have one in my sales list. It's an amazing Deathsaurus. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was like that was a few years ago they did that new Deathsaurus. You should. Yeah. You should look that up. Because yeah, like the HasLab stuff, they did Deathsaurus. Was that 3 years ago that they did Deathsaurus? Because I'm just thinking, this year was Lio Kaiser that came out. Last year was Omega Prime, and then the year before that was Deathsaurus, so that he came out. So it's been a couple of years since he came out. But yeah, he was a HasLab release. He has everything you could want. Like Deathsaurus even comes with his throne that he spends like 90% of the series in. Like, he is amazing. And then they also did like a new Victory Saber before they did Deathsaurus. So like Deathsaurus is easily one of the better HasLabs. Like, and he is in the upper tier. Like, they all should be upper tier, but Omega Prime had some major QC issues. Lio Kaiser is also really good. Unicron is nice, but yeah, Deathsaurus is pretty much perfect. So yes, we got Liege Maximo over here. We've got his giant horn assembly over here that is just gonna plug into the back. Yeah, just over here, like that. I'm just seeing if this curves down or not. No, this just sits at an angle like this. And then we can adjust the horns, like so. He's a big guy, though.
It's never too late. I know. It's never too late.
I mean, hell, I have a Deathsaurus in my sales list. Like, I have an unopened HasLab Deathsaurus. I need that's for sale. So I just don't. Oh, advertise a huge amount. Okay, we got these giant heels that are clear plastic. But hey, they give them stability, so. Yeah. And yeah, there we have the Liege right out of the box here. So, just looking at him, yeah, again, he is very G2 in his appearance. The big thing that they did with him is that they took his design, which was someone who very much had his face in shadow, and they just like unshadowed the face with this actual design and gave him like all this robot details. So he's a little less Eldritch. But like they interpreted what looked like a mouth in the original comic as like a collar piece on the helmet, which actually, like, it's like a chin strap on the helmet, which I actually do kind of really like. Like, it's a very inventive way of interpreting that is not really invalid. It's just different. And it does make him like, he looks a lot more Transformer-y here, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. I don't know if you know your UK comic books, but it kind of reminds me of Hammerstein from the ABC Warriors.
I do not, but let's be honest, a lot of those artists probably would have known that stuff. Well, maybe not the one who did Jet Senior, because that was it Yaniger who drew that, or was that Manny Galen who drew that art? I'm trying to remember. Like, did Yaniger draw issue 12? That
I don't know.
because Yaniger's American, if memory serves. But yeah. Anyway, though, yeah, it's a really nice imagery here. And like, if we play around with this, if we play around with the shadow, like if we just, I'm just doing some turning down some of this stuff just to make them more ominous. Yeah, like we got like just looking at this whole ominous feel here for Leash Maximo, it's just great. Like, he looks really good. I've seen parts of the original Dread film, but I've never seen the whole thing. Like, I've seen the Carl Urban one a few times, but yeah, the Stallone one not as much. But yeah, so let's just take a closer look at all this stuff here. So we got this really nice head. They just did the entire horn assembly here as like mounted back behind his head
My
there
phone's
too.
getting a little overheated.
Oh, okay. You ducking out? The Lees is too hot for Strideways, I guess. Anyway, yeah, these shoulder pads are just like they're soft rubbery plastic that just pegs in pretty well there. So you can pop those off if you so wish.
I'll be back. Okay.
I left
Sorry.
a picture of how Hammerstein should look in the comic books if you're interested.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look in a bit, but yeah, let's see. I really like just all the detail on this. We got all these. Shame that they cut paint on a bunch of stuff there too. Like, I love the whole like cables everywhere look. And the cables are even like, just if you look at them there, they're more of a blue than a silver, which is really nice. Like, they've got more of a bluish finish to them, just differentiates it, makes them pop out from like the thighs, for instance, because they're silver thighs, but the actual cabling is blue. Like, it's just, yeah, really nice here. I kind of wish they painted these cables down here. But I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me from doing that. But yeah, he's got presence, he's intimidating. Let's look at articulation some more. So yeah, we got the head. Head is just side to side. I think there's a little bit of, yeah, it's a little bit of a bottom, so he can look up a little bit. He can look up and down a bit there. So you can get your proper just like looking down there. Arms. Shoulder pads are independent of the arms. Shoulder pads go up and down. Arms. Swing around like that. Swivel about 90 degrees there. We have a swivel on the wrist. We have fingers that go out like that. We have the fingies there. What else? Sort of a pseudo butterfly joint. It's not really one, but it's just a case of just you can unpeg that and move it a little bit, but that doesn't really do a lot. Yeah, let's see. Shoulder pads. This arm actually has a little bit more play feature to it because he has a gun built into this arm, so we can like fold this around like that. And yeah, I'm transforming this hand wrong. Let me see if I can get this right. Yeah, we can bring this around like this, and we can give him an arm cannon. And this is like accurate to the original. This is accurate to the original G2 comics, where when he was pictured, he had like a gun arm. Actually, maybe this goes around differently. Let me just see. If I bring it in like this, will this let the arm cannon come out more? Let's see. I think it will. Well, yeah, I think that fills in this gap a little bit better there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, so there we have his arm cannon. And this is based on like that one panel in the G2 comics that we see him in, where he has an this intimidating arm cannon. And it does fit to effects parts. In fact, the part that's probably most likely to become home to is probably like the smoke trail that Astro Train has, just to give him that whole like smoking trail out of the gun. But yeah, I really like that they gave the option of just the alternate arm. So yeah, thighs, swivel over here. We got this big waist swivel over there. Let's see, we got knee joints. Are these double jointed knees or? Oh, they are. I think they are. Yeah, because there's a joint back here. I see like a ratcheting bit, but it doesn't seem to be moving. I'm not sure if. Oh yeah, it does. It does do there. It just locks in place. So you technically have double jointed knees, but it's just like this top one is just kind of ratchets and locks in place there for transformation. So otherwise you got like around 90 degrees or so. And then yeah, we got these giant ankle tilts here. We got the toe can move down. We got these hip skirts can go up there. Overall, like yeah, it's a very nice figure, and I think we need to bring in some other stuff for comparison's sake, just to get a feel for how big he is. We'll do that. We'll do that in a sec once we're looking at accessories, because accessory-wise, he has this gun that looks like it should shoot missiles, but it doesn't because they all just peg in. But it looks like a spring-loaded gun. We got the Liege Maximo's insignia on there, and we've got the Legion darts. And yeah, there was some story behind these darts here because, funnily enough, these darts actually come from what is technically fan art, because it was artwork drawn. I think it was Andrew Wildman artwork that was drawn for the alignment fan story that Simon Furman did with Liege Maximo, which is the story that actually like outlined what Maximo's whole deal was. And on the actual artwork there was this shot there of his hand that's just being swept out, and you had like these 3 spaceships that were flying out, like looking like they were launched from his hand, sort of thing there, just in terms of the vibe. And these were the designs for those 3 spaceships. So they did that as an intentional nod to that interpretation. Like it wasn't them misinterpreting the art as this. Like they straight up were like, "Oh yeah, no, we figured we'd have fun with this and we'd just interpret those spaceships as the darts." Because like the actual Liege Maximo lore says he has these darts. And they used those darts when Liege Maximo turned up in Earthspark, incidentally, because he's in the last episode of Earthspark, in the last TV movie as the main villain, with a pretty spiffy Nick Roche design. Yeah, so there he is with his big gun. There he is with his big gun. He's got his big horns on his back, like it's a very Eldritch look to him. And yeah, let's do some size comparisons, because we got to see how big he is next to some of the bigger 13 members. So I got Onyx Prime right over here. Onyx Prime in Centaur mode. And bring this around there. And yeah, he kind of towers over Onyx Prime. Wow. Yeah, that's a big size difference. Big size difference there between Onyx and Liege. And oh my God, we're getting raided. Oh, hello, Comey. Hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, everyone from Comey Stream.
Oh, I know that person. Hey,
it's
Comey.
me, General Techno, your friendly neighborhood amateur antagonist, and we are opening toys tonight. And we're getting near the end, actually, because we're just starting to take a look at a Liege Maximo over here, and just how big this guy is. I was just doing the, he very much is. Roxas bot fight got hands. Nice. I've not played any Kingdom Hearts stuff. I'm aware that the lore is like the most convoluted stuff out there in the best way or worst way, depending on if you like Nomura's works. But I'm one of those people who tends to love convoluted lore. So, but yeah, I'm just grabbing some stuff for comparisons just so we can see how big Liege Maximo is next to some of the bigger guys, just so we can see that this is a big leader, because he is a really big, bulky leader. And I got Megatronus over here. Yeah. I still love the bit there when they had Starbomb had the whole running thing there with like the overly complex games there. Like with the where it's supposed to be like simple plots, and then they end up keep getting like characters that are rapping about like their convoluted game stories. And they end one of the ones where it's like, okay, who's the next one there? It's like, hi, I'm Sora from Kingdom Hearts. No! But yeah, so next to Megatronus, who's also a big boy. Yeah. Liege, they're both similarly sized. Well, I mean, the display has just been like, for the most part, it's been stuff we've been opening tonight. Like, there's a few things that just live in here, like the Blocky's Devastator and stuff, but it's all been like Eldritch themed stuff. So we have the Stranger Things one there. We had Skeletor. We had the Cobra Law Trooper. We got Blitz over there. And then we just opened Ina, and Kranix was there. And then, of course, we got Sideways over here.
I think he's referring to the whole like new layout you have, like where it looks like the setup.
Oh, that layout. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was Sunny drew that PKM Candy on a Twitch. Yeah, I commissioned her for that. She did a really good job on that. Yeah, it was a really
it makes
fun.
it look like I'm on TV.
I keep using that layout all the time because it's just so good. It just came out so well. But yeah, so like next to Megatronus, yeah, they are definitely very similar in terms of their overall presence. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you've been going for a while. You've been going since this afternoon, I think, if I remember right. And then yeah, over here next to a Grimlock, because Grimlock is like on the bigger side of the leader class figures. And yeah, Grimlock still towers over Liege Maximo, but I mean, like Grimlock is a very hollow toy that is designed to be massive. Whereas Liege definitely is a bit of a denser feel. Well, no, there's similar weight feels, but I think Liege is just a denser toy than Grimlock is. Because remember, Grimlock has like these hollow legs. He's got like hollow arms. His torso is pretty hollow.
I mean, maybe we can call it budget big. I would say so, because I would say like he's big, but also he's very simplistic in his transformation.
Yes, and Grimlock's always had a lot of hollow bits in him. Like his transformation lets him hide a lot of hollow parts.
So I mean, so it works to his benefit. Whereas I think someone like a Liege Maximo, it's very involved. And yeah, this is the one I've been really wanting to get, and it's like, please tell me more.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one bit I will show with Liege before we transform him, and that is the pièce de résistance bit, and that is, hold up, I need to dust this thing a bit, and that is his compatibility with the Decepticon throne, because they very deliberately designed him so that he would be able to sit in the throne, and that is a big reason why his backpack is removable. Like Mark Mayer, like, you know, the designer on this one, very explicitly wanted to make sure that Liege Maximo could recreate that pose from like the end of G2 where he's just sitting in his throne as Rook is reporting to him about G-Axis's demise. So yeah, we can take all this out here. We probably need to flip these heels up for him to sit on the throne. So let's take this arm out, and I'm just trying to see if I can get him on here any better, because it's like he is kind of just straining right now as a... can I get this? Yeah, he kind of just goes over here on the throne. I'm just trying to see if I can get him further back. But like he very much... Oh, and the shoulder pads are popping off again. This one's popping off a lot, but yeah, it's soft plastic that's pegging in the harder stuff, so that's going to happen. That's just toys for you. They did put a decent amount of connection points, but yeah, so Liege Maximo on the throne, like he kind of is floating above it right now. But yeah, you can get him in the throne there. And then they put compatibility in for this. This was very explicit. The whole reason he has these two pegs there is explicitly so that you can plug this in on the existing pegs on the throne. And then you can just have him in the throne and have like his horns just jutting out from behind the throne there. Like, I always dig toy design like that, where they like make, because they straight up called that out as, yeah, this was a very deliberate decision on our part to do this.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what happened with the Age of Extinction Optimus Prime, where he came with a rifle that was actually compatible with the Dark of the Moon Megatron.
Oh yeah, that's right. He came with Megatron's rifle because that Megatron didn't come with a gun. I forgot about that because yeah, he comes with the elephant gun that Megatron had.
So yeah, so it's like I appreciate when toys actually like work like backwards with other figures. That is amazing.
Yeah, but yeah, this is like the best I can do. Like I can't really get him into he can't really go any further back on the throne, but he can still create the illusion that he's sitting in it, just the way that I've got him posed out, even though he is floating above it. And then, we can adjust the wrist there and have him grasping on the throne there. Yeah, he looks very cool here.
I'm pretty sure with the proper lighting, it wouldn't matter.
Oh, yeah, with the proper lighting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. If I just add more shadow just by turning off my front light. As it is, this entire area down here is in shadow. So, yeah, that is definitely adding to that. Oh,
Lighting, a toy photographer's best friend.
Yes. Absolutely. Look at all the amazing Joe photography that we've gotten over the years that just exploits lighting. Yeah, we can just do this here. I just love this whole face and shadow vibe, and just how his face is in shadow, and then you got the little collar thing that just accentuates the mouth look there. That just looks really cool. It's just a really, really cool imagery for the Liege right here. And then yeah, I'm just playing around with lights. If I turn what happens if I turn this one down and I do this something like this? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I can do to play with lighting here. Yeah, it's a
See,
very cool...
that where it's shining like that, you don't really notice it that much at all. It actually looks really good.
Yep. I really like how Sakamoto's been drawing the Liege as well too in the in the New Legends comics, because you can tell that is a man who has actually read the Marvel stuff too, because he is full on drawing Liege with his face in permanent shadow, except for one panel. And he's even drawing the little chin strap there like a mouth too, which is great. There's a panel there where it's just his face in shadow, and he's just got this creepy smile, just on this black face with just these beady eyes and this smile that is formed from the chin strap. It's great. Because he's more or less writing Liege Maxima because the primes are all just they're in the New Legends stuff. The primes aren't ancient primes or anything like that. It's set at the end of the universe, not the beginning anyway. But Liege is fully written as just G2 Liege Maximo. And it's just hitting me what Sakamoto is probably going to do with all this, and I just realized it, and I'm just going, oh my god, of course. Because the story right now involves Unicron showing up and doing stuff, and is set at the end of the universe, and they've already done a story that was set in the previous universe. So they're totally gonna reset the universe and make the primes, aren't they? It just hit me that he potentially could do that. And then still make them all the original 13, but the original 13 from who are survivors of the previous universe. God.
Or maybe they're the ones who actually make the new universe, and they're the ones that are well, congrats. So it's kind of makes a little time loop.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a time loop because we already got the precursor world. We've already seen all that stuff. With the origins of Primus and Unicron and all that sort of stuff. Anglemois is from the previous universe technically, as far as energies go. And then Primacron is a survivor of the previous universe too, who was Primus's pet. Primacron was essentially Mojo Jojo, in that he was Primus's pet monkey who got too smart for his own good and who sabotaged Primus's plans and made himself into the master and Primus into the servant. And then they tie all this into Call of the Primitives, and how it all ties into Call of the Primitives, and how in Call of the Primitives of Primus in the actual script for the episode, but never said on screen, Primacron's assistant is referred to as the Oracle. So they full on just tied that all full circle into Beast Machines. That is multiple writers in Japan just doing this over a number of years, and that is just crazy galaxy brain stuff. And with that said, yeah, we're gonna be coming into ads very shortly, so we're gonna transform this guy after the ads because we're coming up on that. And when we return, we're going to transform him. We'll probably transform a bunch of other guys back into the robot modes and put them all together and stuff too. So, yeah, take your breaks, run the ads, get ready to stretch and hydrate, and we will be right back. All right, and we are back, and we are checking out the Liege Maximo right here in the toy unboxing stars. So yeah, we were just showing him off on the Decepticon throne, which he sort of sits in. Actually, I just got to like he kind of sits in this. It's kind of like all visual trickery from the front, but I mean that goes for a lot of these guys who sit in this throne. And I mean, it's kind of, it's designed for like Starscream and Megatron and stuff who like don't really go into these things cleanly, which is why it's as far back as it is. But yeah, importantly though, they designed his kibble so that you can plug it onto the back of the throne. And yeah, and then you just put it on there so he can actually sit in the thing. And it's a great touch. And yeah, he's got all these little touches there. Like, yeah, he's got like the cannon arm, for instance, which is great. Like, it's just awesome that it really is awesome that they put all this like love into this toy. So let's transform him into his alt mode. Let's see if we can figure this out. I don't know what I'm doing, and that's the fun of this. And again, like I think my biggest complaint right now has been just like the fact, and I can't really complain that much. It's just a case of just the realities of toy design that these soft plastic bits just like to pop off, and that's just going to happen. That is just different. That is just plastic that is not as rigid because of all the spikes on it. So Yeah, that is just like, that is toy design right there. Yes, we got all this here. We got this whole thing over here. Oh yeah, no, that's entirely what it is. It's two different types of plastic, but it's also because of all these spikes here. So they don't want these like poking anyone's eye outs or stuff like that. Like even with the helmet here, the actual top of the helmet is soft plastic and it's a separate piece because of all these spikes. But yeah, let's see. So all this stuff comes out over here. Now let's see if we can figure out this transformation. Yeah. Yeah, probably is. Yeah, they do a lot of like they do a lot of those types of things in toy design there. Just it's just you get used to that stuff. And if you don't get used to that stuff, then yeah, you probably don't pay. Yeah, there's people who don't get used to that stuff, but yeah, those are the people that you probably don't want to pay paying attention to generally anyway. Oh yeah, did you see the stuff about the next Titan class figure next year? Because apparently that is leaked out now.
I think wasn't it that they're actually going to do a IDW inspired Metroplex?
No, it's not that. No, you're thinking of the leader class 4 Max, I think. No, the next Titan class, because the next Titan class is still Studio Series.
I'm all ears.
So, you know how they're doing Grimlock for the one this year?
Yes.
So they are doing what's his name? Scorn, the giant Spinosaur.
Ooh.
Where it's like, is there an actual character to that guy? No. Do we care because he's a friggin' Spinosaur and like, look, giant dinosaurs are cool?
That's exactly it. It's like, look, when it comes to stuff like that, like fine, just go all out.
Mhm.
Just don't mess it up.
Yeah, they actively have said that they do want to do all the Dinobots like in that scale, like for the movies, which is still kind of insane. I'm just trying to.
But hey, they did all the Dinobots in leader class, so why can't they do all the live action movie ones as Titan class ones?
That's true. Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, like, and they reissue. Yes, you're right. And I still need to pre-order Gigastorm. That's right, because friggin' Gigastorm. I still can't believe we're getting an actual proper retool of a Triptychon as Gigastorm, like in the colors with like the giant Predacon symbol on the ramp and everything.
That just lends more and more to that crackpot theory that I think it was either on your stream or on my stream where we were talking about that there's going to be a rumored G2 Megatron, like a brand new mold, and we're like, what's stopping them from doing what's his face?
Oh, Megastorm.
Yeah, Gigastorm.
Yeah, I think G2 Megatron is rumored, so they probably will. And like they already made Terrastorm his own character in the New Legends comics. And it's also like it's also what I would think is the second canonical instance of Transformers Mpreg, because it's straight up that Gigastorm was like, I want a little brother of my own. I'm gonna make one, and I'm gonna use Ongolwa energy to like make a little brother that comes out of my body. Oh, these go up like that. Okay. I mean, the fact that I'm saying that it's a second instance is still kind of insane because that means there was a first instance. And it's still kind of hilarious that there is a first instance. If you remember that. Which you probably do because it got memed like crazy. Okay, so all this stuff comes out here. Yeah, like I imagine you know of what I speak, Ramses. Okay, so this all contorts in like this, I guess. This is the fun of not using instructions. The fun and the frustration. We do this to ourselves because we want to. Okay, this comes up. Okay. Yes, this folds up like this. And this, yeah, this assembly comes up. Where does the head go? Oh, that unlocks. Okay. Okay, so this head unlocks there. So this whole bit here. Oh, I bet this all pulls down. Or not. I'm just trying to figure out where this torso stuff goes. Which I would know in like 10 seconds if I looked at the instructions, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, let's pop this off for now and see if this makes it easier. Okay, see this comes down. There's a lot of screws in here. And oh, does this whole bit come up here, or I wonder actually. Does this hinge up? Yep, I've already got one shoulder pad that popped off. I might end up having to give up and just look this up and then just get mad at myself for how easy this was. Yeah, let's just.
That's what always happens. That's what always happens, and that's a hilarious part. It's like you're like you're like, oh my god, like what am I doing wrong here? And then you realize that's it. Why
Yes,
why
yes,
did I
yes,
struggle
it's-
this much for this?
Oh. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm looking at this right now and going, oh, that's oh, okay. That's how I do this. Okay. Yeah, like looking at the head
Unless
casing point
you're like
there.
Kingdom, unless you're like Kingdom, tracks, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're intentionally made to mess with people.
Yeah, like for instance, like
figures.
this. It's just like, yeah, this swings up there and then the head just goes inside. Okay. And that gets the head out of the way. And now this is actually a lot more straightforward because okay, now that head's out of the way, I can actually do things. That goes there. This, where does this go? Do these just sit like this? Maybe. Put the shoulder pad back on. Yeah, and then this is going to close back up over top. And, oh, that goes like this. I think we angle these spikes angle like that. Oh, have a great night. Have a great night, Himmel.
Good night, Heim. Though it was good. It was good to
Yes, have a
see.
great
It was
night.
good to see you.
Yeah, again, that's one of the fun things about like streaming communities and stuff, because it's like, cause I'll see them in like other people's like streams with like other people I follow and as well too, and it's like just like I just love the community of streaming.
That's what we like to call synergy. Not the one from Gem though, but you know it could also be the one from Gem. I don't know.
Well, it's also just like just similar-minded people tend to like similar-minded people. I don't know, so probably that too.
Yep.
Let's see. So this does the hands store in here? I don't think they do because of the fact that the of the gun. But let's see. So I'm guessing this comes around here, and I mean I know that these are going to bend because these locked into place explicitly for those locked in explicitly for robot mode. So clearly these come out. And let me double this back. Oh, and let's see. Do these flip up still for this mode? Maybe. Then I can fold the toes up. Yeah, then I can fold the toes up like that. And then this all comes up like this here. And we got this giant piece over here, which is just your standard Transformers origami. Let's see. Yeah, good old standard Transformers origami where like pieces move in a bajillion ways.
But it's such a fascinating thing where it's like it does that. But then it's like you look at the end result like, whoa, like it folded and it folded really well instead of just being like these parts are just hanging off to the side.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this here and just realizing, these parts need to go up there. Okay. Like, where do the arms go? They just sit up there. Okay, okay. Okay, yes, the arms are just gonna sit up over here. Like this. And then we need to bring this entire assembly up. Yeah, so then these legs, I think. Oh, right. I forgot about these. Yeah, because these came out like this. So where were those there? Is there a... Does this one peg here? Oh, it does. Yes. Okay, that all unpegs over there. Yeah, that's a really strong joint. Okay, so this comes up. Okay, so yeah, this comes up like this. And then, and then I think we can get the, yeah, and then, okay, and then the legs are going to just come all the way through here, I think. And that's why you have these sides of the crotch that come open up. Because we need to get the legs all the way through here. Yeah, these still peg together. And let me just see. It's an interesting transformation so far. But do I need to still spin this waist around, maybe? Yeah, because if we do this, I think we do it like this. And then that comes around like that. Yeah, I think we have almost got it now. And then these can come around here. Oh, these peg in over here. Right, that's where that's where these pegs go. These tabs go in here. Yes, that all goes in there. Those tab in. And then, let's see, so this all comes around here. And then these two bits come, okay, those come together here, and those are going to tab into that same tab that we had over here, that same slot we used for tabbing the waist together. So this is all going to, I love when you get figures that do these things like this, where it just reuses the same slot somewhere else. I just need to maneuver this down. Let's see. There we go. And that just all tabs in like that there. Oh, this is pretty solid so far. So this is all just tabbing together. Then this just closes up here. And I guess we take the, oh wow, both these came off, okay. So those go in over here still. I think they're just symmetrical parts. So we got these here, and I guess these just float out over here. I think they might, yeah, I think these parts just might be meant to just float it over there. We got this whole backpack I took off just for ease. And this should just be able to, yeah, this just fits in over here. So now this is where we fold this up. This just comes in over here. Is this piece actually just meant to come off for this, or does it parts form a bit? Maybe. I'm just checking here. Okay, it does parts form, okay. Oh, no, maybe it doesn't. I'm just trying to make sure I figure out how this, yeah, it looks like you're supposed to be able to just leave that bit on. But we got most of this together now. And these horns are going to swing down over here. I just need to get this back in.
And all the secret stuff I needed to find in
Oh,
chapter
hey.
5.
Welcome
I'm
back.
gonna in again.
Welcome back,
Yeah, at least
Starways.
yes, I found him like at a Target like a few weeks, like or a month ago.
Nice.
That's my Big Bad Toy Store pre-order for him.
Nice. Okay. He's pegging over here. Yeah, I'm just trying to get this backpack back on here because I pulled it off just for ease of transforming. And then I wiped out Ina just now, so let's get her back up. And let's see. It's pretty cool so far. Just getting this backpack back in is just proven to be tricky. Like I took it off just this to be easier to transform, but this has actually kind of made it trickier. Because I can see how it's supposed to attach in, but just because you know how it goes doesn't mean it's any easier. If you know what I mean by that. Let's just split this up here. Let's untransform the legs. Let's untransform the legs, see if that makes this easier. So then we got all this over here. And bring this guy back in now. Yeah, let's just bring all this down for a sec. Plug this back in like that. Is there something I'm missing with the head, with this head here? Okay. Oh, that flips up. If I flip this up like this, let's see. Yes, then this all just goes in here at an angle. And this guy is going to come up like that. Okay, now I think we're good. Yeah, and then these come in. And then, yeah, that's still going to have that whole bit where it plugs into. There we go. Now we got it. Take this here. Take the front gun. That's going to just clearly go into that little hole over here. And I'm just seeing if there's a way to plug this in. Probably, but that clearly goes in over there. How's this supposed to stay in? I'm just looking for like, oh, the gun transforms. There we go. It goes like this. Okay.
Yeah.
There. That's why. Now this should be straightforward to get this in. So we take this down like this and close this all up around it. And yeah, this still needs to come in over here, but yeah, this will slot in there and oh, I see. This tabs into these little slots here in the heels. Okay. Yes, this gun tabs in there, there. And then we close all this up around it. There we go. There's that gun. And then we bring this whole bit down here, adjust the horns, and bring these down. And that is, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that is Liege Maximo in his alternate mode. And it's a spiffy alternate mode, honestly. I really like the alt mode that they went with on him. Like, full honesty, I really like this vibe that it has. It just like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those Decepticon carriers in Dark of the Moon.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like
I can see that.
It's got like proper troop carrier vibes, like just, some ominous giant world ship of doom that is just coming for you. Like, this probably wouldn't be out of place in, say, like a Yuzin Bong fleet or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty rad vehicle. Like, transformation's is pretty good overall. Oh, these come down too. Right, because these peg in over there like that. But yeah, transformation is pretty rad. Like, it compacts up really nicely. Like, it hides the robot pretty well too. Like it's got just this ominous vibe of, yeah, this thing is gonna destroy you. And we got all these weapons. Like it feels like it would just be shooting all these like some sort of a troop carrier or something like that.
Yeah.
Like proper like contrast here with a spaceship here. We got a tiny spaceship and we got a big spaceship. And the one that looks more fake is the one that they made. That is the one that they didn't make up for this toy line. Because, this is based off like the old Marvel animation model.
Yep.
So yeah, but yeah, he has no mouth and so he must scream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is all the stuff that we wanted to unbox done. So now we get to
Jeez,
transform things back.
I forgot how silly Kradix looks when that concept art.
Yeah, as I said, he has no mouth and so he must scream. Like, because you'd literally just fold his mouth up and out of the way. Like, it's the transformation. But yeah, let's revisit some of these guys that we transformed today. I'm gonna start with Kranix because normally I would do it in backwards order, but let's just do it this way, just to that way we get save Liege for last again. Yeah, like I do really like Kranix's transformation though. Like he has a very clean animation model look in robot mode. And it's honestly pretty impressive just how they pulled him off. Like still pulling off that animation look, but like still looking like a guy who, unless you look at a few parts, you wouldn't guess that there's a few tells that he transforms, but they're not that many tells.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part, especially for a character that never really transformed in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, just because they designed him to transform doesn't mean So we've got this little gun there, and then but he's got some cool steps to him. Like I really like how they did the nose cone how they did the chest, for instance, there with this whole nose cone, where it all just folds up like this, and then this guy comes down, and then this all just goes inside, and just you end up with like this very clean flush chest. And then we just take that down, and we have him look back down, and then fold his face back into place, and there we have just Kranix's head. And then even just like this whole backpack here. It's like once we separate the legs, we unlock the backpack. And then we just get this really clean animation model rear. And just bring the legs down, close them up, and then just turn the feet. And and then that's Kranix there. That's Kranix in his robot mode. And again, like it very much does not feel like he transforms, which is great. Yeah. The only real tells are like just the wings back here and like on his forearms. But yeah, it's a nice figure.
Yeah.
He's a really nice Kranix. Like, and it's kind of nuts that we're hitting that bottom of the barrel. And we will probably get Arbalest as well at some point too. And then of course we got like the Stranger Things dude here. Let's put him back in his alt mode.
No, I think when we hit bottom barrel is when we get a character like Red Alert who was initially there for like a couple of seconds, but they had to cut it out because you're only there for a few seconds. Sorry, buddy.
Is he one of the ones that was like in a shot as a corpse?
No, he was the one that's like I think when they're leaving Autobot City, the second time, he's the one that just says like he wishes him luck, and like he's never to be seen again because it was Casey Kasem, and congratulations, we all know what happened after that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna point out with that said that that they did a figure of Snarl.
Yeah.
Because we all know how Snarl. We all know how Snarl is like. He's under the Studio Series banner, but we all know how Snarl is famously like a headliner in Transformers the movie.
Oh yeah, just and also same thing with Wind Chargers. Like Wind Charger, the most famous character from that movie. Just so much so they didn't even bother putting him in the back of the packaging.
Well, I mean, wasn't he one of the characters where if they put him in the back of the packaging, he would have been a corpse?
No, he was the one that's like they didn't put him in the back. They didn't put him back because he's a corpse.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if he was there, they would have had to like do a corpse because that's how he shows up in the movie. He's dead.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Yeah, like honestly, this is a very solid van transformer, and I'm very curious if they're planning on reusing this for anything. Like, I could see them doing it for that one Shredhead character there that they have in the comics, because he turns into a van, doesn't he?
Yeah, kind of similar to these kinds of like like these like weed vans, as I like to call them.
Mm-hmm. Or actually, God, I just thought of a repaint that they won't do, but I would love to see. And that is Krieger from Archer.
Yeah.
With his creepy van.
Mm.
Yes.
And then give him a little like minicon. Just give him a little like partner that's like his holographic wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, there's that whole thing there. Like, yeah, it's a solid transformer. This figure. And it does cheat a little. Like the cheats that it does use are actually like very well done. Like it's it's a lot more hollow than it looks, but it hides that hollowness very well, and I'd love when figures do that. And then of course we got this guy here who just folds up and becomes like as I said, he's like MacGruber's favorite transformer because he turns into like the radio. Like he's just like that radio, from that classic van thing where you would have the radio in a separate thing. And that's like one of my favorite running gags in MacGruber, that he's like always carrying his radio with him from his car. Like he full on takes it out when he parks his car and is like just carrying it with him. His tape decker's radio or whatever. But yeah, it does store in alt mode, which is nice. So you can store that there, and then we can take this rubber chicken here and put it in the rubber chicken mode again. Swing all this stuff back around. I'm just going to keep this down for the sake of pegging it into stuff. So yeah, so we have this whole rubber chicken, and you can fold this up there to do that, or we can just like say plug it into the top of the vehicle, and then we got a rubber chicken on top of this van. So yeah.
All right.
All right. What else did we transform tonight? Sideways. Sideways. Let's put him back in bot mode. Let's look at old Double Face as a guy once again. Good old Paul Dobson.
Yep.
Funny enough, he's also Skeletor.
Oh, who voiced?
I think he was also Nadiki. I think he was also Nadiki in one of the Bionicle movies, or maybe that was one of his brothers who voiced Nadiki.
When did Paul Dobson voice Skeletor?
He was in the
2002 series.
Oh, that was him. That was him doing Skeletor. I wouldn't have thought so, given his voice.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, and he did a fantastic job.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like Paul Dobson is very good deep voice characters, yeah, but like, I love him as Braveheart, as like both Matrix and Braveheart. Like I think those are probably his like standout roles. I mean, that's personal bias because I've not seen any Bionicle, but.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he also Conan the Conan the Barbarian as well for like Conan the Adventurer?
I don't know. I know like he's harder to get at conventions because like I've heard he's not a fan of flying, and that's what that comes down to. Like I actually years and years ago he was a guest at Animathon like in God, so many years ago, and I remember hearing through the grapevine that the reason they got him was because his brother had something come up, so he was kind of the fill-in. Like one of his brothers was going to be the guest, and then he was busy with something, so then Paul ended up being the fill-in guest. And like his panel, like the panel was pretty interesting. So, because like that was back in the day when like anime cons were smaller, so like the panel was like literally a classroom. Like it was literally like set in a classroom, and that was a pretty fun environment for a panel.
Oh God, I remember hosting panels where we're literally in a hotel room.
Okay, yeah. I don't know that one so much because it's like a lot of the anime conventions out here grew out of like university societies. So like they would be like set at a post-secondary campus or whatever. Like that's the general history of like Canadian anime conventions, that they tended to be like those sorts of things. Yeah, and let's just put sideways. Let's put the Autobot head in this time. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating, really, just like the whole history of like just anime conventions. And just how big some of them are now, and like all the big ones in Canada are still like non-profits, which is nice. I mean, like the big pop culture conventions are not. Like a lot of those are Fan Expo, and no one likes Fan Expo, but like Fan Expo is just kind of awful. But I mean, I say this, and I've paneled stuff, and I did a panel this year, and but it's like, yeah, I don't have the highest opinion of Fan Expo, but yeah, it's a lot of that is just more because just their business practices more so, and how everything went up in price, like within a year of them taking over Calgary Expo.
How many Dobsons are there in this universe? I swear to God.
There's like 3, aren't there?
Yeah, because I got each of them confused. Brian Dobson, the one who played Skeletor.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because Paul Dobson has a very bass voice. I wouldn't have picked him for Skeletor.
And then Michael Dobson is the voice of Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Adventurer.
Yeah, there's Michael, there's Brian, and there's Paul. I think those are the main ones. Yeah. Yeah, there's a that's a whole that's a whole thing in Canadian voice acting. It's just like how there's like so many Dobsons and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they've all done Transformers stuff, yeah. Cause yeah, Brian Dobson. I'm just remembering right. What was he again? He was yeah, because he was Jetstorm, right? So am I remembering my voice actors right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I got to meet him this year. That was fun. Yeah, Sideways over here. Sideways is nice. Sideways is a pretty cool guy. Like he feels pretty solid. Like there's not really much hollowness to him or anything like that. Like the legs clamp up pretty well. Like they wouldn't have been able to do him at a deluxe price point just because of like the mini cons and stuff. Even though the mini cons are a little phoned in. Like, yeah, we're in a weird place with mini cons where it's like they know that we want mini cons because people keep whining about them, and that I think that's the only reason we're getting mini cons, which is nice. Like, I mean, how they full on said in that one interview, in that one thing recently, when they were talking about like all the Armada stuff there, like. Yeah, when they were showing off the Minicon pack, they full on brought up that like when they did Starscream, they weren't sure if they were going to be doing more Armada stuff. And that Starscream is a partial off the reactivate Starscream, which is still kind of insane.
Yeah, I know.
And I do love having the same thing. They were like, yeah, just to soft confirm, yes, we are doing Demolisher and Cyclonus. Like
Thank you.
So they're gonna have enough stuff for another pack of Minicons down the line. So yeah, that's everyone retransformed again. So let's put Liege back into his majestic robot mode. Let's just like gaze upon his majesty in despair.
Just before the Liege Maximo.
It's Devil from Bible voice.
Oh hi, Optimus. It's me. It's me.
It's me,
the devil from the Transformers Bible. And you're reminding
devil from the Covenant of Primus.
Yeah. You're reminding me too of like how I had an idea like probably like a year ago or so that I was like, as soon as I had the idea, I was like, this would be the best panel ever at a Transformers convention, and it would never happen. And it would never happen for very obvious reasons. Because the whole premise would be, you know how like how back in the day for anime conventions, it was a thing that a certain voice actor would do like sermons on a Sunday?
Oh no.
But Covenant of Primus. And do it entirely kayfabed. Like entirely like just take it seriously and have interruptions. like planned interruptions and stuff like that. So you have like Church of Unicron, and use it, and it would be a panel that is just about Transformers religion, but done as a religious sermon.
Yeah.
And that is exactly the reason I don't think you would ever be able to
Which
do
of the
it.
13 primes is the real savior? Gets you to decide.
But it's like, you know, like you have a bit there where Jetfire shows up there and gets mad at all the religious stuff there. Because it's like, I'm a scientist and none of this, and this is all like just ridiculous stuff. The idea, it's
And
like we were clearly formed from randomly occurring like pulleys and gears.
Like, and then if you really want to like go like if you want to, if you really want to go like deep cuts, you can do like the IDW Star Saber thing, where just a religious fanatic.
Oh yes. You would do all of that stuff. You would have the bit where the Unicron, where like you have like Unicron acolytes like take over, like so you get people wearing the Unicron helmets, and you just have a lot of fun with. And then of course there's the bit where there would be the bit where they're like the church, where like what did I call it again? I forget. But you would have a bit there with regards to the whole like till all are one stuff, and then like who shows up in there at that point, but you got a representative of like who is like spreading the gospel of Beast Wars Megatron, because the whole because he literally achieved the prophecy of till all are one. Like he literally unified the entire species.
Yeah.
And why will his head not come up? There we go. There we go. Yeah, Legion Maxim is fun. Like, good transformation on this guy. As I'm sure you know, Strideways, so because you said you got him.
Yep.
Yes, we got all this over here. We got the Liege. Just like, yeah. Out like this. We got his, flip those horns up. And yeah, there we have Liege Maximo back in his robot mode, and let's just bring in his arm cannon. There we go. And then yeah, arm cannon, Legion darts. Yeah, like it is just, it is. Yeah, like as I said, it would never actually happen, but it would be like the dumbest thing to do, and it would be just a lot of fun. And it would probably offend a lot of people because you would be treating Transformers religion with the seriousness of real religion.
Yep.
So it would absolutely offend people.
And a certain someone's fan club might come after you for intentionally trying to like ape all that.
Yeah, but I don't care about that part. I don't care about that part.
Which you shouldn't.
Yeah. Why should anyone care about someone who no one cares about anymore for good reason?
Who?
A certain voice actor who did Sunday sermons back in the day.
Oh.
Which was the entire inspiration for the idea. And who I'm not dignifying by naming because yeah, screw him.
Yeah. Dick Bologna.
As I said, I'm not dignifying by naming, but yeah, anyway. Yeah, so Liege Maximo, yes. So nice. So very, very nice. I still can't believe that we actually have a toy of him after all these years. Like, how insane is that?
We live in a weird era when it comes to Transformers. I'm down for this weird era where it's just like anything that you never thought that we're gonna get in like the last 30 to 40 years, we're finally getting it. We're finally gonna get it.
Yeah. So my weird reading of the era, honestly, is hold up. Did I do these horns right, or did these go down as well? Yeah. So my weird reading of the era, honestly, is it's a little bit of a depressing read of the era. Like if I were to be honest, oh yeah, I need to bring these down like that. Because my read of the era is one of, I don't know how much longer this brand has because of Hasbro. So it feels like that they're trying to get everything out while they can. Like a lot of stuff feels like let's try and do the best versions of characters like while we can still do them. Because like within 5 years we might not be able to do this anymore.
Yeah, judging by how the economy is going, like you might as well like go all out or like don't do anything at all at this point.
Not even the economy, but just like Hasbro's leadership itself.
Right, and then like also just seeing like a lot of important people like just jump ship right as well, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, some people from the Joe team left, but I mean, let's be honest, they probably left because of they didn't want to move. They didn't want to move from Rhode Island. Because I think all the boss fight people are still there, because most of them are all like ex Hasbro. Because yeah, like they lost a couple of big names to boss fight.
Yep.
Like kind of like the best GI Joe people are all over there now.
Yeah.
And good for them. Like seriously, good for them. And like I hope that they do well. Yeah, it feels like we're in a really weird era with a lot of this stuff where it's like we're getting all the and also like Age of the Primes is very much feels like an apology tour for Power of the Primes as well, because this is like what Power of the Primes should have been.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but this should have been how it was from the very beginning, but better late than never.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's be honest, the fact that they have done all 13 primes as original molds, the only one that wasn't is Vector Prime. But like everyone else was their own unique mold. Yeah. And that is still kind of insane. And then they found, room to do a whole bunch of like acolytes of primes and stuff like that too. I mean, like we got Sideways in there. We got we got both Sideways in there. Like we're getting that weird Unicron pretty soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that weird tank Unicron guy. It's like, yes, I want that guy so bad.
And then just even some of the deep cuts and stuff too, where it's like, it's like that's where they got Razor Claw out, who like was a servant of Unicron in the universe stuff. I'm trying to think what other deep cuts. I mean, the aerial bots have the Wardon callback. We got like Wardon era Alpha Trion specifically, as opposed to Old Man Alpha Trion, which no one's ever done.
Yeah.
Like there are so many deep pulls in Age of the Primes, and I kind of love it, and I'm really curious to see what comes next. Because just oh my god. And then of course over on Japan's side, I'm kind of like really, really hyped for how we're going to be getting, that Beast Wars Second Galvatron new toy. Because quite frankly, that is going to be amazing. And yeah, I know I was like in some like discussion areas there, like when that got announced, just making the case to other people that's like, yeah, so if Takara's doing this, if they're showing this off, that means Hasbro's not doing it, so don't expect it to come over, and then arguing with people over that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, Hasbro wouldn't let Takara show that unless they weren't doing it. Because they're not gonna give like Takara like an exclusive on like a Commander class figure a year in advance like that, without teasing something themselves. That's just how it works. Yeah, I'm just gathering everyone up here for just a final group shot. We got Ina over there, just holding their book, like with her tentacles behind her. We got like Stranger Things stuff. We got all those dudes. We got Blitz just holding his gun out, and just Lee's Maximo's just towering over everyone. Like again, so cool, all this stuff. So very cool. And that is.
I never did ask. How is the Cobra Law Trooper?
Oh, that guy is amazing. Like he is very much you're gonna want more than honestly, if you like troop building, he is like a troop builder's dream because he has like 4 different heads, and he's got like the regular armor and like the boned out armor as well too. Like new shoulder pads, new forearms, new shoulder pads, the wings, and then there's like 4 different heads. So it's like you have like even with the pauldrons, if you wanted, you could use that classic thing of swap in one pauldron there, so that just to denote rank and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like there's so much stuff you could do with this. You can do with this guy for just troop building. Like I just went with like the most most badass, like just like look there, but like just even looking at the heads here, it's like I really like even just like the neutral head, like where he's got like the scar like on him and stuff there.
Yeah, and they have a really cool design, like the basic design themselves. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
But yeah, like with the
I
bug
really
head,
want to
like
get
this is
these.
the base bug head, and then for the helmet, and then you got that design for the helmet as well. So you got a lot of options to work with. It is a very decked out figure, and yeah, it's a very good troop builder, and it's just an expensive troop builder. And I would mock that, except that look, we've got a Unicron soldier coming out, and there's the whole question of am I going to get more than one at a leader class price point? I don't know yet.
Who knows?
If I do get a second one, I'll probably just go to TF Toys and buy another one when he gets them in stock, because when Fiona gets in stock. But we're gotching? Okay. I guess we're gotching. Alright, so let's shake this up. Let's reach in and grab a box, and we got a Blocky's wheels this time from Wave 2. Incidentally, did everyone see the resolution for the Wave 3 like artwork controversy?
No, I did not.
You did hear about it though, right?
Yes, I am
Yeah,
aware
like
that
I heard.
Blocky just lifted artwork off of a fan creator.
Yeah, I don't think they realized that it was fan art, because like that person has done official works. But yeah, it sounds like that they've said that they did reach some sort of agreement, and the art is going to be coming off the Wave 3 boxes. So they did reach some sort of compromise, which is good. And by compromise, I mean the artist was 100% in the right there, because like they had no rights to that art.
Indeed, they deserve all that art credit. Yeah.
Faux pas, and that does happen. Yeah, it's nice that I know blocky stuff is it's crazy how good all that stuff is though. Like I know like locally, like our local guy got in some of the Ultraman stuff recently for blockies. And he said, like I was talking to him last week, he was saying like the Miku stuff has been selling really well. He was like he ordered more of the Hatsune Miku blockies because they're selling.
And like the Saint Seiya stuff has been selling out like all over the place, like not in the United States, but like if you go down to Mexico, holy moly, they're always sold out down there. I was at Walmart in Mexico. I only can find one, but apparently they do have them there.
And what do we got here? Speaking of, we got Iron Fist. Nice. We got his die-cast block over here. What's this over here? Oh, that's just cardboard. Okay. Yeah, so we got the big die-cast block that is the core of Iron Fist right here. And woot. I think he's got a repaint in this wave too. I'm just checking. Oh no, I'm thinking of other guys. No, Iron Fist. No, there's other guys that have repaints, but Iron Fist is like his own. And this will be good here. So, we got the wheels. Okay, I guess the wheels don't go on that piece, but they do go on this one. And that probably means there's another wheel piece in here. Okay. Yeah, so there's that guy. And there's this guy over here. Yeah, God, I love how many. I'm really curious too, like looking forward, like to see what we're gonna get for like TFCon exclusives this year.
Yeah.
Like that should be good. It's like I have absolutely no idea what the exclusives might be, and that's entirely just because a lot of the stuff there, like they kind of finished their sets on a lot of things. And like what I mean by that is that you look at like Fans Hobby. Fans Hobby did all their Predators, so that set is done. Yeah, so the Predators are all done, and then of course you've got the like MMC did their Ruination, so that's done. So it's a question of what the next set is going to be. Like, what are they going to do for exclusives this year? So, like, I've heard a few things to the grapevine that just from talking to people that won't be there. So, but like, I know there is one that I am actively dreading if they announce it. Like, as in, like, I don't know if they're going to make it or
Yeah.
not, but if they do announce it, I am dreading that. And that is taking, like, Fans Hobby taking their Skyquake and doing Machine War Starscream with it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm dreading that, one, because of that box size, and two, because of its Machine War Starscream. And that guy's amazing, and I kind of really want that. Okay, that goes there. Oh, okay. I see. Now to Hodo. Okay, so this guy goes inside. Yeah, this guy goes in here, and then this comes over top. Interesting. Is this meant to do something? Oh, it is. Oh, that's clever. Well, that is cool. If this does what I think it does, that is cool. Yeah. So, I think I see what they're doing here for Iron Fist. So, when you assemble all this here, yeah, check it. Check this out.
Hmm?
You turn the wheel and the gun goes in and out. Like on his
Nice.
little. That is really cool.
That is that's ingenuity right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. It's not. It's one of those things. Where it's like it's not that hard to do logistically, but looking at how they did it, but it's really cool that they did. And then
Considering too, it's
Yeah.
like Lucky's doesn't really put like stuff like that all the time. It's kind of cool to see that they put it in.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch. Oh, and these go the other way. Like, it's one of those. Yeah, it's just like it's those little things that just make you go, oh, these guys really care about what they're doing. That someone went, oh, hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
And then I got to put the front of the car on. And oh, this. Oh, I see. And then that opens up there, and then you got the little cockpit inside. Yes, we do have an opening cockpit still. So there's the little like driver's seat and stuff there inside. Like you can see a little computer console and a little chair in there. And then we just close this up over there, and yeah. It's there. We have Iron Fist. He's got the turret there. He's got the turret, the gun that goes in and out. It's a cool little blockies right there. It's a cool tiny little blockies defender. Very well done. And yeah, what all have we done for blockies tonight? Actually, let's see. Because we did that. We did Magnus. We did Starscream over here, and then we had a big convoy, which is a good start to the Wave 7 box. The fact that we got that guy right there already, so yeah. And with that said, this is probably a time where we're gonna start like winding down, looking for someone to raid. So let's see what we got. Yeah. Let's wind down and let's see who we have for options to raid. This is all my planned streams this week. Next week, I am probably gonna do like something like a midday one next week because I do have like just vacation to burn and toys to open. So I definitely want to try and open a bunch of stuff next week. Plus we got like new Genshin as well. There's a new Genshin patch next week, so there'll be some of that. But next week is really going to be hitting my. I've got prep to finish to work on for TFCon, so I've got game show things to finish up. I've got a panel to work on. Some of that I will be doing over the weekend too. But yeah, there's a lot of things I have to work on there. I'm just seeing who's going right now. Who is going? Let's see. We could. Someone there doing Deltarune. I'm just looking to see who's on my follow list. I've
I'm
rated quite a
gonna
lot
check
lately.
out his voice chat, and if we're ending
Yeah, we're winding
see y'all
down right
later.
now. I'm just
All
deciding
right.
who to
Remember, reality is illusion versus hologram. Buy gold. Bye.
I love that he left like halfway through that. But yeah, actually, yeah, let's just snooze this here so that we don't get the ads before we end. And let's see. I haven't rated an epoxy writer in quite some time, so let's do that. It's been a while. So let's rate an epoxy. And yeah. So we're gonna do that, and so we're gonna raid in. Thank you everyone who came by. Thank you Strideways. Thank you Ramses. It's fun to hang out and
No
just open
problem.
toys.
Yeah, of course.
I have
Like,
yeah, I have so much stuff to open still. Next week, in terms of toy stuff, like I have two very specific things I want to try and get to. One is I have a whole bunch of Shatterglass Optimus Prime stuff that needs opening, as well as well, actually not that much in terms of Shatterglass Prime, but I've got a lot of like trigger related stuff to open. And I'm probably gonna, and I'm working out a collab for that. That's probably gonna be on Tuesday next week, if I'm remembering my plans right. That'll probably be like Tuesday afternoon that happens. And I mean, Wednesday's Canada Day. Up here, I've got that off. I don't know what the plan is for if I'm doing anything with Canada Day for friends, so I've kind of deliberately left that open because I don't really want to plan anything. And yeah, and I'll have to swap, and I'll probably slot some Genshin in somewhere. Like Tuesday, we might actually just do a whole ton of streaming because new Genshin patch, and then I'll just start that up at like 9 p.m. or something. So we'll see. Yeah, that's the plan anyway. So thank you all, everyone who came by. Looks like we're wrapping up. Until next time, this is Techno signing off.
bye-bye.
All right, sweet. Thanks for popping in.